My name is Bob Harb. I have the honor of being your chair for this session for the Resources Recreation Development Committee. I welcome everybody to our orientation. Our committee researcher is next door with the clerks in their training, so we don't think she's going to make this training. Representative Dunn, who was on the committee last year, is our clerk. He's being trained. He did some clerking last year, but he's next door, so he'll be joining us when they're done at 10 o'clock. Can I ask you all to please rise? I always start every meeting with a pledge of allegiance. Please join with me in a pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So just as a start and a point of business, Representative Sargent, you are going to be in charge of the blue sheets for the next session. And I will forget, and Representative Vail used to always remind us, but at the end of the session, if I don't ask, you could say, would you like the count from the blue sheets? And just give it. And also the person on the end, not that you were stuck there intentionally, when we have witnesses come in, they need to fill out a pink card, and it usually starts with you, and then just pass them all down. I need the pink card so I can arrange the testimony. So the pink card's in the blue sheets. And I will talk to you later about a security issue. So before you leave, come see me. Okay. It was asked if we could start on my far left, which is Representative Sargent, and maybe give your name, who you represent. An interesting question was, did you ask to be on this committee or were you just assigned? And any passion thing you might have or hobby or something. So we know a little bit about you and where you come from. So we'll start with Representative Sargent and go all the way around.
Oh, okay. Yes, thank you. My name is Tom Bucco. I'm a representative from Conway, Carroll County, District Number 1. And I, I also asked to be on this committee because locally, we've just done a new master plan for the town. And priority is protecting the aquifer. I thought that knowing about the issues that come before this committee would be helpful.
Hi, I'm Representative.
I'm Representative Suzanne Vail, and I'm here from Nashua. Yes, I did ask to be on the committee. This is my third term on resources. And I'm here because I grew up in state parks. I was a fresh air camp kid. And I was born to a family that did everything they could to protect clean water in our city. So thank you.
Hey, I'm Linda Gould from Bedford, New Hampshire. This is my sixth time on resources, and definitely I asked for it. I'm a dedicated bicyclist. I've bicycled around the world, different places, not around it, but different places in the world. And I've hiked and kayaked and everything. enjoy the outdoors. Yeah.
I'm Heather Baldwin. I'm from Thornton, Waterville, and Ellsworth. I did ask for this committee. I was on this committee last time. For 50 years, I've lived on a 100-acre farm that's surrounded on 3 sides by national forest in the White Mountains. It's near and dear to my heart, and even though my district has no water bodies other than the Pemigewasset River flowing by, we have no lakes, we have no anything. This is a good committee for me to be on, and I'm glad I'm here. Thank you.
Hey, Representative Arnold Davis. I live in Milan. I represent Milan all the way to Pittsburgh, and I asked to be on this committee. This committee actually is a good fit for a hick from Coos County, so I'm happy to be here.
I'm Allison Knabb. I represent Stratham, which is over between Exeter and Portsmouth on the seacoast. Last term I was on Environment and Agriculture, but I did ask to be on this committee. Don't tell them. I served with Arnie last term. And I just felt like it would be a good fit for me. I'm on my town select board and I serve as the Recreation and Conservation Commission liaison there. I work with the Great Bay Stewards, which is a friends group to the Great Bay National Estuarine Research Reserve. And we also have a PFAS issue in my town. So I was interested in this committee. Look forward to serving with you all.
Hi, my name is Representative Tanya Donnelly, and this is my second term on this committee. And I have to say, I really enjoyed last, and I said, yes, I want to do this again. Why I even got involved as a state rep is because I was concerned about PFAS and water quality issues because I live on a water supply in Salem. So I'm representing the Salem town of Salem. And so I worry about Canopy Lake, I worry about our Arlington Pond, I worry about all the different lakes that we have across New Hampshire. So that's my passion, and that's why I'm here.
Hi, I'm Linda Ryan from Nashua. I did this my second time on resources, and I'm a retired science teacher, so it seemed like a good fit. I'm also a former conservation commissioner for Nashua.
Good morning. My name is Nicholas Bridle. I'm a freshman rep, and this is my first term and my first time on this committee. I represent Hampton Beach. I had the privilege of growing up on Route 1A and seeing the Isles of Shoals from my bedroom for the first 20 years of my life. And the beach has a pretty special part of my passion. So that was why I chose this committee. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Will Darby. I'm from Nashua. Definitely, this is my second term, and I was on resources last year, as well as Fish and Game for one year. I asked again to be on this committee because I'm on the Conservation Commission in Nashua. I'm on the Energy and Environment Committee in Nashua. I have a camp on Lake Menominee in Ringe, and I am also an avid outdoorsman. Bow hunting in particular, but also fishing and whatnot. So this is a perfect fit.
I'm Brian Taylor, also a freshman representative. I was born and raised in Carroll County and currently represent 8 towns in the county, which is also known as the Lakes region. And I've seen enough of the world, which I think I've got a great appreciation for what we have in this area and like to keep our way of life.
Well, thank you all. It appears everybody wanted to be on this committee. So I better not say I didn't. No, this is my fourth term on this committee. I served about 3 years as vice chair. I'm from Plastow. I represent Plastow, Newton, and Southampton, New Hampshire. And similar to the representative to my left, Plastow is one of only 2 towns in the entire state that has no standing body of water. So you might ask, how do you get involved with resources? Well, I'm a real estate attorney by profession, and as a real estate attorney, we deal with a lot of development, water supply, subdivisions, also disclosures. So I thought that would have been interesting during my first term to be, and I asked to be here on my first term. Also, I'm an equestrian, horse ride, show, do a little bit of trail riding. So the trail riding and the groups I belong to got me interested in this because we're in charge and we work with the trails and the forests. And So we did have a couple of bills a few years ago about horses on trails, and all my friends showed up. We had about 200 people come to a hearing, all equestrians. So that's how I got involved in this committee. I'm always proud to tell people that this is a very friendly committee. I mentioned everybody, probably about 90% of all the bills we pass, they go on consent. And they said, how does that happen? And I tell them, it's kind of hard to vote against clean water, good supplies, against PFAS to protect the country and our state. And that's the kind of stuff we deal with. And they go, oh. And I do understand there'll be some bills that we don't agree on, but we all work together, and I'm looking forward to all of us working together for the best of the state, which I know everybody's concerned about. Make this a better place to live for our children. And if I don't mention this today, my wife, who's probably watching from New Jersey, will shoot me. This morning, about 4 hours ago, I became a grandfather for the second time. And my daughter had a grandson, a small baby boy, 7 pounds, 12 ounces. I'm not sure of the height yet, but I'll find out that later. Pictures are coming. His name is Oliver, so I want to get him on the record for the first time in his life. Oliver Kornecki, you're on the record of the state of New Hampshire, and I hope maybe someday you might be governor. Who knows? So just to let everybody know, as I mentioned earlier, our researcher's next door with the clerks, so she may not come in on time. Our committee assistant has been with us for a while, Jamie Wyman. I've already scheduled for next week 6 bills. We have 10 on the docket, and I expect we're going to get 10 or 20 more. And although they now have a rule that we can list the opportunity to exec a bill at any time, you're going to notice that in the calendar, I'm going to put that in every time, but it's not my wish to invoke it unless I have to. So execting bills will be published and listed unless there's something that we need to do, time constraints. I don't know when our first exec session will be. I need to see the next week how many more bills we got in. If we don't have a lot of bills for our third hearing, then I might have a short exec session in the beginning at 10 and then move on to some bills. If we have a lot of bills, a lot of FNs, a lot of second committee bills, we'll have another day of hearing. And then probably the next meeting we'll have some execing. We'll work that out with Representative Nab, and everybody will be given notice of it. So nothing will be a surprise. And so that's how we're going to schedule. If anyone has any questions, they can email me. I don't mind advertising. My direct email is just my name, bobharb@aol.com. So it's kind of easy to remember. My name, bobharb@aol.com. If you have any questions or want to make me aware of something, it's always easier if you send it there than, as you know, the legislative email where we get 7,000 emails and I got to dig through them and try to find yours. I think we're going to have a great year. These bills, the first 10 bills, are very interesting. I think people are interested to come testify, and we're looking forward to hearing from them. Does anybody have any questions or anything they'd like to bring up before we start at 10 o'clock with our first hearing? No, geez. It's like I feel like I'm a teacher in school. Does anybody have any questions? And nobody has any. Yes, sir.
If no one has any questions, I have a procedural one on the pink cards. Would you like them one at a time as people come in and fill them out, or one pile all at once?
If you see like right now, there's 3 or 4 people there filling them out, you can wait until they're done, then pass them up.
Okay.
If there's only one filling them up, then send them up, because I put them in order with the clerk, and he needs the cards for the record, so I'll know who to call up next. And the blue sheets are at the end, and I'll really ask how many for, how many against. And I don't know if we want to check. Arnie, do you want to go see if Jamie wants to come in? We got 5 minutes. I'm going to ask if our committee assistant wishes to come in. She's the assistant for the committee. If you think we need something, it always helps if you ask me and just say, Mr. Chair, do you think we could have the assistant do something to accumulate something for us rather than 17 of us giving her questions? Also, I have asked her this time because although I know we all know how to print and we all know how to put things together, this year I asked her when she sends out the notice, can she PDF all the bills we're talking about in one PDF and send them out to us so that you can print them all together? And she did that for the first 4 bills. She's going to do them again for the next 6 because then you don't have to go and print them one at a time and compile them together. I thought, and she goes, oh, that's easy. I can do that. So I thank Jamie for that for the first time. We're going to see it again. So if you don't read the bills in advance as they come in, you'll get them with the package of the notice of the hearing. So all you got to do is download the whole thing, and then you'll have time to look at it. Since we meet on Wednesdays, and unless something happens, I continue to meet on Wednesdays, I have to schedule the next week's meeting by noontime today. So usually by Tuesday night, I send in what we're doing because we're busy here. So it's like, I don't want to forget. So the schedule for the next week will be in by Tuesday or Wednesday morning for the following Wednesday. So you'll have a week's notice of what's coming on. But if you just went to the committee and put bills currently in committee, you'll see the 10 bills. 4 we're doing today, 6 were I scheduled for next week. If overnight it went up to 11, then that's a new one. So that's our 3rd week. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, maybe you said this to your new people, but do you want to say anything about the drawers and how people can store things out there or use that room?
Yes, so we share this room with another committee. So the other committee asked if they could use the desk. I don't use a desk. So I said, yeah, you can use the desk. So if you go out in the committee room, you'll see a set of drawers that look like plan drawers that you pull out and you can put a plan in them. Your name's on the drawers. Very rarely will be the things in the drawer, but sometimes somebody will drop a bill off. They might have some testimony and they just fill the drawers. That's your drawer. If you want to leave something there, that's okay, but I won't say it's not secure, but it's just a drawer. But you can check it every meeting before you come in, and maybe when you leave. I can tell you I usually find it empty, but that's your drawer. Because the constituents always ask me, do I have a room? Do I have a desk? Do I have a private secretary? I say, no, I got a drawer. I got a drawer out in the cabinet there. and I actually had to look because last year, since I was vice chair, I was at the top drawer, and now I'm alphabetical. So I thought they forgot about me. So I had to go down the list. It is alphabetical. So if you look, you'll find your drawer. Look in it. I don't think there's anything in it. There's no welcome gifts or anything. It's just, you have a drawer. Any other questions? I'm just waiting for Arnie to come in. It's like 1 to 10. And for the new people, when we schedule a bill, like the one at 10 o'clock, I can't start it at 1 minute to 10. I can start at 10:01. I can start at 11 o'clock, but I can't start it before the time it's listed. So it's important that, and the reason we schedule these in between is people have things to do. So we don't want to schedule them all the same time and they're here all day to wait to testify at 3 in the afternoon. And there is no magic to how much minutes I put between the bills. I just basically say, gee, how many people do I think are going to testify? And my guess might be wrong. I might think one person's going to testify on a bill and there might be 10. So this is why I can start a bill later because of overage of the first bill before it, but I can't start it early. This week I scheduled them a half an hour apiece. Next week they're scheduled 45 minutes. And if they go over, they go over. We usually like to start at 10 And the last scheduled hearing would be around 3 so that you could plan, if you want to plan your life. We try to get you out of here by 4 or before 4 so you can get home. And like today, we just started with 4 bills, so we're going to do them. I'm not going to break for lunch because if we have some testimony that brings us over, I just want to finish the 4 bills and then everybody will be dismissed. What did you say? Oh, she's in the clerks too.
But she'll be here right after.
Okay. So our committee assistant is also in with the clerks meeting. I guess they take precedence over us. Because our house clerk reminded me yesterday that he's in charge of all the clerks. So he has precedence over me and us. So it looks like it's 10 o'clock with a few seconds past. So I'm going to officially open the hearing on HB 113 relative to OHRV operation on certain highways within the town of Windsor. Let me look at my cards. I see our prime sponsor, Representative Cologne. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everybody. I'm Representative Rashay Colcom. I represent Hillsborough, Windsor, Antrim, and Bennington. Over the summer, I had some Windsor residents approach me to see if we can get some help to allow them some legal access to a small portion of state road that they have in their town. If you're not familiar with Windsor, it's a pretty small town. There's one road in, and pretty much all the town roads that go into Windsor are in Windsor are dead-end roads. They're dirt roads. The little portion, which is less than 2 miles of state road, is the only paved road in town. Everything else is dirt road in town and dead-end roads. The selectmen of the town have given the residents the authority to ride their roads with OHRVs. ATVs and UTVs are legal on the roads in Windsor. So as it is now, it's very common when I'm driving in there to see the ATVs or the UTVs as their primary vehicle when they're moving around town to get their mail or whatever they need to do. The problem is we have on this map that I shared with you, a small section of state road that actually divides the town. So the people on one portion of the town actually cannot legally get to the other portion of town to visit family, friends, or whoever on their OHRVs unless they travel the state road. Because this is part of our RSA, in order to give them legal authority on that portion of the road to travel back and forth, we need to put this into the RSA. So this bill is hopefully going to be as simple as that for us to be able to get through. On the map, you'll see that I identified where the Hillsborough-Windsor line is. And there's 0.8 of a mile of state road that's summer maintenance only that travels down to Black Pond Road. And there's another 0.9 of a mile on Black Pond Road that's state maintained for summer. So they would like to have access to this one so that they can continue to move around their town. They're not looking to open up an ATV club. They're not looking to have, there's no trail system over there. So it's not going to draw in a trail system. There's no club that's organizing over there. This is, theoretically, this is for the local use to be able to continue to use their road system. The selectmen so far are in favor of this. They are still working through their public hearings. So they have been aware of what's been going on through the entire process. I've given them their responsibilities to make sure that they have their public hearing with notifying their abutters. So far, the feedback that I'm getting, there's roughly 12 houses. I should say that too. There's roughly 12 houses that's on this path of 1.8 miles. And so far, the feedback that I've received is all positive from the residents. Hillsborough's a pretty small town. They have 275 residents according to our meals and rooms tax population. They only have 11 kids in school. 152 of those residents are registered voters, so they're primarily adults that are in this town. Small population of children. So again, when they approached me about this and I looked at the situation, being an active member of a OHRV club, I identified there's not a dust issue. These are paved roads, so it's not going to increase dust. They're already traveling on their town roads without complaints or issues or any negative results to the selectmen. So that's been going on for years. I talked with the police. Windsor does not have a police department, so they rely on the state police. However, when the call goes to the state police calls Hillsborough. Hillsborough responds to the accidents or any issues that are over there. And I talked with our police chief in Hillsborough, and he has no issues with this. In fact, Hillsborough has their roads open to UTV travel. And he said over the course of the last 3 years, he's only had one accident that he's had to tend to with a UTV on our roads in Hillsborough. So hoping that you guys would consider passing this, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. If I'd missed any of the details.
Thank you. Any questions, Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Can you just clarify for me, does the Department of Transportation have to weigh in on this because it's a state road? Like, why does this authority exist with the select board or the legislature?
The select board first has to have their public hearing to make sure that they are following the wishes of their people. So that is a requirement under the process of the law that exists. The DOT will probably want to weigh in on this. The DOT can grant access to cross the road if there's crossing, but in order for us to have traveling on the state road, it has to be incorporated into the RSA. And forgive me because I did not write down the RSA number. I bet you it's on this. RSA 215A10, Section 4, specifically has to have the listing of the town and the road, based off my best understanding.
Representative Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, the speed limit on this 1.8 mile parcel of land.
25 miles an hour going in, and I believe there might be one small section that's 35 miles an hour, but I'm not confident that I'm right on that. And if you notice on the map, it's a pretty straight shot. The line of sight is pretty clear, so they don't have to worry about the winding.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Representative. And just trying to make sure I understood what you said, that the selectmen have approved use of OHRVs on other town roads, but there's still discussing approval for these state roads. Is that what you said?
They have approved ATV and OHRV use on all of their town roads. They cannot and are not authorized to grant access to the state road. However, in order to have this bill passed, they have to notify the abutters, they have to hold a public hearing, and then they can make their decision whether or not they're in approval with this. Knowing what I know unofficially, so we do not foresee that there's going to be an issue with this, knowing that there's some people on this route who are asking for this. So they are, under the RSA, they're obligated to hold public hearings. And I met with them last night, and so far everything's going well.
Representative Gould?
Are the roads paved or not? I didn't catch that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Are the roads paved? These
Yeah.
two, they are.
The only paved roads in town are these sections of the state road, and just maybe 1/10 of a mile going, when Windsor Road comes in and tees off, there's about 1/10 of a mile to the right that's paved, and then the state road going to the left, which is Black Pond Road, is paved for 1 mile.
Thank you.
Representative?
Thank you. As I recall, it seems that there's a similar situation up in Gorham where the OHRVs come out of Jericho Park and go down stay on the roads and go in through town. Can we get any information on their experience with that? I guess that's a question.
Not of the speaker, because I don't know, you wouldn't have any information on that.
I don't have specific information, but I can tell you that I've ridden up there, and there's a trail system up there. So there is kind of one point to another point. There is no trail system in Windsor that is managed by a club. There's no draw over there. So being the treasurer of the Kentucky Valley ATV Riders, we manage the trail systems through Henniker into Hillsborough, but we end at a restaurant in Hillsborough in their ballpark. We do not go further west into this area. So there is no organized club in this area to manage any trail systems. There is north of the town, but they already have access to everything in that area now as it is.
Thank you.
There's no draw for tourism, I should say. There really isn't, in my opinion.
Representative Vale?
Good morning. Thank you for taking my question. Do we have any idea how much traffic would be coming through this area should this be signed into law? OHRV traffic, to clarify.
I do not have any study numbers on that, but I do not predict that it's going to be any different than what they have today. Because if there's Hillsborough residents who are driving in this area, one, they're doing so illegally, but they can only take their UTVs down this area. And if anybody's not familiar with the difference between a UTV or an ATV, I'm happy to explain. They can only take this UTV down into this area. So it would only be specific traffic because they are somewhat landlocked. They can't cross Route 31 in Hillsborough. That's a state road, and they don't have authority to cross that road. So it's only the people, if you look at the map on the right side of the page, you'll see that there's Stowe Mountain Road. So people who live on Stowe Mountain Road are also on the other end, trapped in, per se, by the state road, and the residents within Windsor Road on that section. And they're already traveling around.
For a second time, Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm sorry, I'm still trying to wrap my head around the authority. If the select board decides not to support this, what happens to this legislation?
This dies.
It's-
At that
okay.
point in time, if I get word that they have decided against it,
Okay.
then I will absolutely make the recommendation that we kill this bill. So far, everything has been positive.
All right, thank you.
Representative Taylor?
Thank you for taking my question. What is the winter maintenance of the road? You mentioned summer twice, but I heard nothing about winter maintenance.
The town is responsible for doing the plowing of this portion of the state road, so they take care of any of the plowing and any of the winter maintenance needs that are associated to the state road. In the summertime, the state is the one that's responsible for doing any maintenance needs along the road. So washouts, anything that may be pertaining to that, the state takes care of in the summertime. I'd also like to mention, OHRVs are usually less than 1,000 pounds, whereas vehicles, 4,000, 5,000 more. So for the town of Windsor, when they're dealing with their dirt roads and everything else, I think that this is a more prudent travel method for them and helps keep their maintenance costs. The taxes in the town of Windsor are $10 per thousand, one of the lowest in the state. And I think one of the ways that they're able to do this is by, keeping their overhead costs down.
Any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
In opposition to the bill, Ann Davis? It doesn't, there you go.
Good morning, Chairman Harb. I grew up as an equestrian, so I really enjoyed hearing your personal account of being a trail rider. I was a competitive equestrian for 45 years. And congratulations on your grandson.
Thank you.
My name is Ann Davis. I am a resident of Wilmette, and I own forest land in Springfield. My husband and I are the Northeast Region Tree Farmers of the Year for 2024. Our land is open for public recreation, but not motorized recreation. During timber harvests, and our land is actively managed, we do find that ATVs are useful in conducting our forest management work. However, for us, these machines are tools, not recreational toys. I do oppose House Bill 113. The sponsor did visit the House Bill 1188 Commission on Friday. I am a member of that commission representing timberland owners and New Hampshire Farm Bureau. She gave more detail this morning than she did to our commission. And we did not really discuss this bill. And part of the commission's mission is to review and propose legislation relating to ATVs. Another part of our mission is to help mitigate conflicts between ATV and motorized recreation and other people using the trails. Law enforcement, as we know, is strapped in New Hampshire with no law enforcement in Windsor. If an incident occurs, I am not confident that timely addressing the situation will be feasible. Second, apparently the process is underway to have people have a hearing and have abutters be notified. This also was not clear in the presentation that our commission received on Friday. I feel that anyone who would be along a roadway that would have this change in use must be notified, and this is by RSA requirement. And so the fact that we did not really have a chance to discuss the merits of this bill and did not receive the detail that this committee received today, I do not support having you approve this House Bill 113 at this time. Thank you for your time. Thank you also, all of you, for your service on behalf of New Hampshire's residents. Any questions?
Does anyone have a question for the speaker? Representative Ned.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Is there any sense of when the commission's going to make a recommendation on this bill and other HORV bills?
The chairman has not really brought it up for, we meet every other month, and we met on Friday, so
Okay.
we will not meet again until March. So that would probably, if we were going to discuss it and support it or not, that would probably be the earliest that we would do so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I can't read your last name, but David Rognick? Did I get it right?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name's David Rodriguez. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for the Department of Transportation. Thank you for taking my testimony. The department doesn't take a position to support or oppose this bill, but we do have a couple of concerns that we'd like to bring to the committee's attention with our read of the way this bill is written. From our read of the bill, the law would simply make these roads open for OHRV use without the public process that is required by communities when they open class 4, 5, or 6 roads for OHRV use. So this law is at the end of this chapter and simply opens these roads for use. And it is certainly our position that the law should, at the very least, refer to RSA 215A6-9, which does require public notification of the abutters, which does require a public hearing, which does require a request from the select board, and also has a mechanism to close these roads to OHIV traffic if at any time in the future that use is not working well. The other thing that section of law requires is signing of the road. So whenever we begin to mix OHIVs with vehicular traffic, we think it's very important for two things. One, the vehicular traffic of the roadway should know to expect OHIVs on the road, and the OHIV users should also know where the on-road use begins and ends, and this signing would provide that. So we would recommend two changes. Either this language be rewritten to make clear that in order to open these Class 5 or Class 2 state-maintained roads, the town go through the process that's explained in RSA 215A6-9. That's option number one. Or option number two, which would require no law, is for the town of Windsor to simply request of the Department of Transportation to reclassify this from a Class 2 state-maintained road to a Class 5 town-maintained road, which the law already offers a process for communities to open up their Class 5 roads for OHIV use. Well, we think OHIV use is not the end of the world on these roads. They're not particularly high traffic. They're dead end. Essentially, this would be the first law that I'm aware of outside of Coos and Grafton County that opens up a state-maintained road for OHIV use. And we do have concern about heading down that path. The law in Coos and Grafton County is very specific to trail connectors and connections, OHIV use in village districts and so forth. If we go down the path of starting to open up our state-maintained roads for OHIV use, it will bring a number of complications for us to deal with from both a safety issue and a maintenance issue. I'd be happy to take any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Representative Nab.
I promise I don't always ask this many questions. If under the suggested changes, thank you for taking my question. Under the suggested changes you had, if you were to close the road, is that a permanent closure? Like if they decide this isn't working out, could they permanently close it without interference from the legislature, or would they have to come back to change the law again?
It's my belief that if this law were to require the town to follow the process of RSA 215A6-9, that process then allows the town to open and close the road based on the town's pleasure.
Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. In opposition to the bill, Abby Evantow.
All right, now, okay. Hello, good morning, thank you. My name is Abby Ivanko. I live in Gorham, New Hampshire, where town roads, state highways, and several miles of trail, all abutting residential neighborhoods, are open to OHRVs. I'm also a member of the Gorham Planning Board, secretary of the New Hampshire Rail Trails Coalition, and their appointee to the HB 1188 OHRV Study Commission, of which I am clerk. But today I'm speaking to you as a Gorham resident and taxpayer and a friend of too many citizens whose right to peaceful enjoyment of property has been destroyed by OHRV trails, misplaced OHRV trails. I urge the members of this committee to familiarize yourselves with the OHRV siting statute, RSA 215A 41, 42, 43, which dictate all the criteria that must be met before OHRV trails are opened on state land. Please ITL HB 113. It's not in keeping with the trail siting standards spelled out in RSA 215A 41, 42, 43. These standards were written with the intent of protecting New Hampshire residents from the documented nuisance of OHRV riding. As a COAS resident, I can tell you that the tax-paying homeowners who have the misfortune to live along any OHRV connecting trail are horribly disturbed and begging for these obnoxiously loud motorized trails to be moved away from their home. And many of these people are riders. They like riding. They just don't want the nuisance right outside their doorstep. Their experience and countless additional residents in Bath, Berlin, Claremont, Colebrook, Columbia, Groveton, Haverhill, Henniker, Milan, Pittsburgh, Stewartston, Stratford, Woodsville, just to name a few, demonstrates that the conclusions of the original 2001 HB 717 ATV Study Committee were correct. These conclusions include, quote, emphasis should be on development of self-contained trails, not linear trails. New or expanded trails should be for ATV riding only, so conflict issues will not arise. The policy of coarse and fine filtering must remain in place. Potential degradation of an area must always be the paramount consideration. There's a summer camp on one of these roads. Does anybody know, I actually contacted someone at the summer camp and they had no idea the road outside their camp where they have kids every summer was going to be turned into an OHRV trail. HB 113 provides for no abutter notification for this dramatic change in use. Just as the Bureau of Trails, OHRV clubs, and towns were never notified unsuspecting COAS residents when their neighborhood roads and trails were being considered as connector trails for Ride the Wilds. And make no mistake, allowing OHRVs past homes is a drastic change in use from ordinary traffic of walkers, cyclists, horseback riders, cars, trucks, and even motorcycles and tractor trailers. OHRV exhausts are capped at 96 decibels, which is twice as loud as a motorcycle, obnoxiously, disturbingly, damagingly loud. And moreover, as any abutter will tell you, OHRVs often ride in packs of 4, 12, or more machines, which compounds the disturbance even further. If you think this bill has value, please send it to the current OHRV Commission for evaluation. Our commission membership is diverse and comprehensive and is tasked with studying the complex issues of OHRV use in New Hampshire and proposing legislation. To introduce piecemeal legislation outside of the commission is to undermine its work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. In support of the bill, Mike Willett.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I signed up at the last minute just to speak. Representative Holcomb asked me about something about HB 1188, the Commission to Study OHRV Use in New Hampshire. And just to clarify a couple things, I am the chair of that committee, and the commission was put together in some legislation and really came together in 2020. Commission came together in 2022. And there's quite a representation across the gamut of representatives on the commission. Conservation people, ATVers. There are 4, I believe, representatives. Some members of the public, abutters, And, but what it is, it's a study committee. And it shows us the duties in the bill, which I have here. If you give me just a minute, I'll just go over the duties. Shall study current statutes related to OHRVs, including but not limited to RSA 215A and RSA 259-108. How Fish and Game Department, the state police, county sheriffs, and municipal police work together to provide consistency, law enforcement, and current laws related to OHRVs. Positive and adverse effects on OHRV use in state and town roads, including class 5 and 6 roads. The effect of noise, dust, and careless, reckless behavior of riders on abutters trails where OHRVs are used. Educational safety equipment for OHRV riders. Positive and adverse effects of OHRV activity upon the state and local economies, and the impacts of requiring all rental agencies to install speed regulation governors, and all other issues related to OHRVs, which comes before the committee. They talk about some of the logistical stuff, but there's no enforcement. There's no mechanism there for the committee to introduce legislation. The legislators that are on the committee can, but the commission itself cannot. And that's just to clarify 1188, the commission to study OHRVs in New Hampshire. Is there any questions?
Any questions for the chair there? Representative Sargent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, so would you say review of proposed legislation is within that scope?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And my final pink card, Claude Pigeon. Claude, if you could keep it to about 5 minutes, that would be helpful.
I will speak very quickly.
Thank you.
My objection, I'm Claude Pigeon, I am from Berlin. Actually, I probably don't need this, but. So, my name is Claude Pigeon. I am from Berlin, New Hampshire. I am here representing myself, but I am also a member of the study committee. As a preface, I would like to say, just a qualification, that I do not represent any one philosophy to another. I have been a great proponent of motorized sports almost all of my life. I have been an off-roader, snow machiner, pilot, and I still love my Harley. So the only thing I haven't done, I guess, is drive motorboats. I am also an enthusiast of hiking, kayaking, and non-motorized activities. So I have my feet in two worlds. So I guess I'm trying to say that I'm coming to this objectively. So my issues with this particular bill, it's rather innocuous as it's stated, as you see it, but understand the nature of this industry. One thing you hate when you're an off-roader is coming back the same way you went. You always want to be doing loops. That's just the nature of the industry. And so, yeah, right now we have a node, we have a group of people who just want to access the main trails. Seems rather simple, but history has shown that once you create a connector, you don't have a node anymore. You have a node with an invitation to develop. And before too long, there's another node up over here to the northwest that says, wow, 6/10 of a mile or 8/10 of a mile has already been taken out of our 3-mile connector. This is doable. And in a very short amount of time, you no longer have a node, you have a circuit. So that's my first issue. My second issue is that the way these bills are drawn, there's no dead end on it. So if 2 years from now, another club makes a connector and your traffic goes from 30 units a day to 650 units a day, there's no device by which you can go back and, whoa, this is not what we approved. It's too late. So the way we write these bills, we do not write a dead end into them. And so if your 20 or 30 units a day becomes 600 units a day, it's too bad. This is in an area, I checked out Windsor very carefully. You have quite a few youth camps all within a couple miles, and you have a large number of B&Bs. So you have an economy basically that is not necessarily favored by this change in activity. Those are my first concerns. My second concern is a little broader, not specific to this topic, but germane to what was said previously. You have the people in Windsor who are taking their kids to school, they're going shopping, they've become, these units, these machines have become their second vehicles. The whole process was specifically designed for access to trails. The idea of using your ATV to go to Aubuchon to buy your spring flowers or to go to the IGA and do your shopping is totally, totally not what this was intended to be. So what happens now, where you might have somebody coming through and coming back through 6 hours later, has grown exponentially. You're bringing the kids to school, you're going groceries, you're going to pick up your whatever. So your traffic has grown exponentially. So instead of having 12 or 15 machines a day, you have that exponential number of 400 or 500. So the whole argument of saying that, it's our convenience is really contrary to what the initial intended use was of these vehicles, this industry and this hobby. And so that, unfortunately, is not anything that can be controlled, but yet this is something you have to keep in mind, not just what is presented, because what is presented is, in fact, pretty innocuous, but what the potentials and likelihoods are when you open up a road and provide permission for this activity to, you have to look at the unanticipated results as well as the intended results. And I think I was well less than my 5 minutes, sir.
You did well. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. I see you
Any
coming
questions?
back later. Any questions for Mr. Pitt? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone that wishes to speak that hasn't filled out a pink card on HB 113? I'll ask one more time. Anyone else to speak on HB 113? Seeing no one approaching the speaker's table, I'll declare this hearing closed. And now that we're after 10:30, I'll move right into the hearing on HB 127. What? Oh, the blue sheets. Thank you. Representative Sargent, the blue sheets.
You want them?
No, just tell us how many voted for and how many against, and they'll collect them later, if you have them.
On HB 113. 1, 2, 3 in favor, 4 opposed.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative. Moving on, HB 127 FN. Here's the cards. Call the prime sponsor, Representative Willett.
Thank you very much. As I get started, I have 2 pieces of information I'd like to pass around. The first one is a letter from Executive Counselor Joseph Kenny in support of this bill. I have a copy for all the members. And I'm also passing around a small packet that I prepared for the committee members so they can kind of understand what we're trying to talk about here. So as I start, again, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee members, for taking the time to hear this bill. House Bill 127 seems like a very simple bill. All we're trying to do is make the trails closing, opening consistent, meaning there's on the Connecticut River headwaters land, There's two pieces of trail, total about 10 and a half miles. And it connects 120 some odd miles northern trails for the town of Pittsburgh. And it connects about 700 miles of trail south through Colebrook, Errol, all the way down through Milan, Berlin, and Gorham. Everyone's trails close are open until Columbus Day, except for that 10 and a half miles. And you might ask the question, what's the big deal about 10 and a half miles? Well, what happens is we have a very unique trail system in the North Country for a couple reasons. The first reason is that it allows you to go to destination to destination. It's really the only one in the country that does that. That you can get up in the morning in Pittsburgh and go to Berlin for lunch, or you can go to Berlin in the afternoon and go to Pittsburgh for dinner. It's very unique in that way. And not having those two small sections of trail open, it basically landlocks Pittsburgh. So people that are riding Pittsburgh can't leave the town. But it has a tremendous effect on Colebrook also, because Colebrook has restaurants and amenities, but there's a lot more housing and camps and places for tourists to stay in Pittsburgh. So they work very, very closely together. But a little bit of background is that the Connecticut Headwaters property is about 148,000 acres. And that sounds like a big number, and it is. It's about 228 square miles. Or if you look at it the other way, about half the size of Sullivan County, this one piece of property. The Connecticut River Headwater property was created through the state of New Hampshire, and so it would ensure access to sportsmen forever. There are easements on the property, and so there's recreation, hunting, fishing. There's 10 and a half miles of ATV trails, snowmobile trails, and of course we're trying to sustain a logging business industry in that area also. When these easements were made and this Connecticut Headwaters was put together, Gene Shaheen and Judd Gregg were very instrumental in putting this together. Right now, the land is owned by Aurora Sustainable Lands. They own the property, but the state of New Hampshire owns the roads. And in that property, there's well over 200 miles of roads that are accessible to anyone. They're open. And the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources oversee those roads and maintain those roads. So Aurora Sustainable Land owns the property, but the state of New Hampshire owns the roads. A few years ago, there was an economic impact study done, and the ATV business in New Hampshire comes out to about $460 million a year, which is just behind snowmobiling and not far behind the ski industry. With over 80% of the ATV trails in Coos County, we're the benefit of most of the economic impact. And it's a huge thing. We've lost a lot of our manufacturing base, and our tourist business is our main industry in that part of the country. It sounds like a lot of money, but you have to remember, Coos County is the poorest county in the state of New Hampshire and one of the poorest counties in the country. So our typical season is 9 weeks. That 10 and a half miles of trail we're talking about right now closes September 30th. Everybody else in the area closes Columbus Day, anywhere from 8 to 13 days later. All we're asking is just keep it open that next 8 to 13 days. Nothing else. No big changes. Just keep it open so that the people from the southern New England, our tourists, can have full access to the system. If you look at the economic impact and break it down, it doesn't seem like a lot, but those 2 extra weekends for the North Country, the economic impact is about $9 million a weekend. And I read a study not too long ago, and they said for every new tourist dollar that comes in the area, it's spent 8 times before it leaves the area. So the compounding is huge. The Club in Pittsburgh has over 100 miles of trail. And if you want to take a look at this map here, this is what we're talking about. These are all Pittsburgh trails up in this area. You can see how it comes through down through Colebrook, Stewartstown, Errol, Millsfield, all the way down to Berlin Gorham. So Pittsburgh has 120 miles of trail, and 110 of it is on private land. Only 10 miles is on the Connecticut River's headwaters. And again, everything else you see on that map closes Columbus Day. Colebrook has 117 miles of trail. Errol now has around 160 miles of trail, and it's a key to the south. And so that 10.5 miles by closing off Pittsburgh affects all of us. Law enforcement in that area, the primary duty is by Fish and Game. The secondary is done by the Coles County Sheriff's Department. Fish and Game subcontracts them through the season, and they'll do a lot of the law enforcement in that area. We're at a hearing a while ago, last couple months, and Fish and Game said that they did not have the manpower to do law enforcement on that 10 miles of trail because bird season starts the 30th, and they didn't have the manpower. And then they came up and said, well, I think it's going to be dangerous to have bird hunters interacting with ATVers. But you look at that map, there's 800 miles of trail there that have been open for many years, running the same time as bird season, and there's never been an issue. So what the Coles County delegation has done, we put in our budget and made arrangements with the Coles County Sheriff's Department that Coles County will do law enforcement on that 10.5 miles for that extra 8 to 13 days. So there's no extra cost to the Fish and Game, and for that 10 miles of trail, they don't have to worry about that. Over the last few years, through climate changes, we've all seen how we don't get the snow like we used to. This has had a tremendous effect on some of the businesses in Pittsburgh and throughout the North Country. When a business closes, it just doesn't hurt the people that own the business. It hurts their employees. It hurts the whole North Country. So anything that we can do to support these businesses and keep them going is good for all of us. And just a reminder, we're talking about 2 sections of trail. And if you want to look at map number 2, you can see on that one, the one that shows Clarksville. On the A to the left, that is coming off Cedar Stream Road, which is a town road in Pittsburgh. And then where it ends, that's where it comes off the Connecticut River's headwater land. That's all we're talking about. And those 2 trails, this one where you see a little 360 by the helicopter, that's a trail that connects to Colebrook, and the other one can connect to Colebrook, but also connects to Errol south. And on the third map, that's as west of that area. And again, you can see that's about a 2-mile piece. And these are logging roads that are connecting trails. It's not main roads, it's not traffic roads, it's just roads on the headwaters. And they're just connecting trails from one to the other. And you can see on this little map here, the amount of trails that you see, all those yellow lines, and that's all on private land. All we're talking about is just that 2 miles or so that are right there. So I guess that will conclude what I have, but I also, and I can forward it on to the committee, I did receive a letter this morning from Police Chief Doobie from Pittsburgh saying he supports this bill 100%, and he does a lot of the law enforcement in the Pittsburgh area to the ATVs, and absolutely said this is imperative for the area. And if there's any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
questions for the speaker? Representative Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative, I was just quickly looking at the statute that applies. I don't see any other time periods when a trail is open or closed in the statute. Is my understanding correct? And if so, why should we do this one in the statute?
Well, that's a very good question. Thank you. The trail systems, and we can talk about trails and we can talk about economic stuff, but we have nothing without cooperative landowners. So I'm a member of the Colebrook Club, the Metallic ATV Club, and we close our trails on Columbus Day because of two reasons. That's when the hunting really starts to heat up, and that's what the landowners requested. And that's why there's no law that says you have to close a certain day, but up in the North Country, we've taken the position that most everyone closes on Columbus Day.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Has the Headwaters Advisory Council weighed in on this legislation? Do you know?
They did, and they did not support it. Let me back that up. They did not comment on this legislation. They had their last meeting that we attended was in October. This was brought up, and they did not support it. And the advisory committee is a lot like the commission to study OHRV use in New Hampshire. We have a wide range of people and interest. And in any commissioner or anything, the OHRV business is kind of can be polarizing. And that night there were more nays than yays, and so they did not support it. But it just seems like such a minor common sense thing, not creating trails, not adding any money to the budget, not doing anything, just changing the closing date by depending on when Columbus Day is, 8 to 13 days. It just seems logical to support the businesses in the North Country.
Follow up.
And sorry, this is not my wheelhouse, so I'm learning. It's also my understanding when it closes, that's when the trail maintenance is done. And how would this extension impact the amount of time?
It's there is some done, but not generally. The way that it works, and it's a kind of a tough situation because really the season is 16 weeks. We start Memorial Day weekend, and we're done Columbus Day. So if you go to Columbus Day, it's 18 weeks. What happens is in the North Country, a lot of times we don't even open on Memorial Day weekend because of snow, and it's still too wet. And again, we have to protect our landowners and not, let anybody on the trails that's going to destroy their property. So a lot of the work goes on during the summer, and there is some trail work done at the end of the season, but it's what we couldn't get done during the summer. But as a rule, we don't schedule trail work in the fall. We want to keep the woods open for the hunters.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. As I understand the conservation easement that was put in place, as you mentioned, it requires the Department of Parks and Rec to develop a management plan, and that OHRV use is a secondary use as opposed to hiking and hunting and things like that are primary use. Wouldn't this bill therefore sort of usurp the conservation easements intent?
I don't think so. And I'll tell you why. Because when the conservation easement was put in, really the sport of ATV didn't exist. And this is a working document. And as we've all read in the paper, DNRC is negotiating with Aurora Land Management on the easement on negotiating how much logging was going to be. And if you look in the easement, it's pretty black and white what the amount of timber harvesting should be. So it's as things evolve, there's things can come up that change, and so it's a working document.
Anyone else for question? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Craig Rennie, DNCR.
Good morning. My name is Craig Rennie. I'm the Chief of the Bureau of Trails at DNCR. Thank you, Chair and Committee, for allowing me to testify this morning. We do have some handouts going around. I'm glad to hear, Chair Harb, that it's a friendly committee because I do have a number of things to cover, so we'll try to get through it fairly quickly. So I guess the first thing to say is, DNCR isn't taking a position on the bill. We just wanted to provide some background information about the Connecticut Lakes Headwater property. And so that's what a lot of the information in the packet you're going to see about the property and the easement. And I'm just going to cover some key points in the testimony this morning. We recognize the importance of the New Hampshire tourism economy, particularly in Pittsburgh, but we have to balance that with the requirements of the Connecticut Lake Conservation Easement and working with the Connecticut Lakes Headwaters Citizens Committee that was just mentioned. So we have to work with our partners and stakeholders to figure out those uses. Again, background info, it's, originally it was 171,000 plus acres in 2001 that was purchased with the Trust for Public Lands. And of that, 146,000 was sold to the forestry company, which is now Aurora. And then DNCR received 269 miles of roads and 100 acres for the Deer Mountain Campground expansion. Also, 25,000 acres went to New Hampshire Fish and Game for protecting highly sensitive natural areas. And then the conservation easement was put on the working forest. Okay. And then part of the management of the Connecticut Lakes Headwater property, the organizations are DNCR with our Division of Forest and Lands and Parks and Rec, also a Fish and Game Department, and then Aurora is at the table as well as the landowner. It's also, and I think it was just mentioned, Representative Harb, it's also guided by Connecticut Lakes Headwaters Citizens Committee, and that's per RSA 12A9B. So there's specific criteria in that statute now. And one of the things I just wanted to point out is in Section B, it talks about providing advice to the Department of Natural Cultural Resources and the Fish and Game Department on the management of public recreational use of the Connecticut Lakes Headwaters Tract, including the seasonal use of the road system, snowmobile trails and their use, and the terms for access and use of the tract by motorized vehicles. Such advice shall be offered in cooperation with the private landowner. So again, it's kind of a trifecta of management decisions that occurs with the landowner and with our sister agencies. So as mentioned, one concern to consider is the passing of this bill. How does that affect the existing RSA 12A9A, B? So it's just something to consider. And then, in the conservation easement itself, it requires DNCR to develop in consultation again with the landowner and public access and recreational use management plan. And that's to be consistent with the purposes of the easement and the stewardship plans. And so the Connecticut Lake Citizens Committee met 5 times over the course of 2022 and 23 to discuss the public access and recreational goals for the property and solicit input for expanded recreational uses. We also released a survey and asked for input of other expanded uses on the property. And during that whole process, we didn't receive any requests to extend the ATV season as we went through that. All the meetings were publicly noticed and notices were sent out, about the committee meetings and whatnot. So we recommended adopting a 5-year management plan that goes from 24 to 2028. And that was adopted this past May at the May 10th meeting. So again, this was never brought up as we went through our management committee decisions. And then just finally, just as kind of a quick recap that Representative Ouellette mentioned, this request came to DNCR initially to extend the OHRV season on the Connecticut Lakes property around midsummer. And we reached out to the Citizens Committee to get input on that, as well as Fish and Game. And we heard several committee members were opposed. Fish and Game was opposed as well for some of those law enforcement reasons that Fish and Game, I think, we'll talk about today. And then Commissioner Stewart at DNCR issued a letter denying extending that season to Columbus Day weekend. The town and the ATV clubs did ask at that point that we reconsider our decision, and it was then brought with a special meeting in front of the Citizens Advisory Committee to talk about it. And as Representative Olet mentioned, there was a 6-3 vote in opposition of extending the OHRV season on the property. So that's just by way of background that's important to know. And, you know, and basically one thing to, not to complicate the discussion, but there's a large piece of private land just off of the property, the Perry Stream tract. And that landowner makes their own decisions on when the ATV, trail system is open, and they allowed it to be extended to Columbus Day weekend, which is abutting the Connecticut Lakes headwater property, hence the request to extend it here, because they are connector trails with the private land. So again, after reconsideration, DNCR Commissioner Sarah Stewart issued another decision on September 30th to keep it at September 30th and not extend to Columbus Day weekend. And in her letter, she just requested that any future requests to extend the season should be in writing to her by April 1st of this year, so that we can then again bring it to the Citizens Committee, the Aurora and Fish and Game, and our partners on the easement to get approval for that. I'm happy to take any other questions though on this.
Any questions for the speaker? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Yep.
If I understood what you just said, the commissioner was,
Sarah Stewart.
Yes, she said that if she received a request by April 1st, she would seek input and without basically within the guidelines of the conservation easement would consider extending the season.
Yep. And I think that was stated when we met with the committee as well. Again, the timing of, the request came last season to extend this past fall. And, we had to pull together a special meeting on a pretty short time period. And then again, it got voted down at the committee. So it can come back up again. But she just wanted those requests by April 1st so we can go through the proper channels and procedure to see if we can extend it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Davis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, do you know Aurora's position on this?
Yeah, I believe Aurora, and I'm looking to Johanna Lyons is our park planner, and she's also the administrator of the Connecticut Lakes Headwater property with DNCR as well. And I believe their position on that is they didn't want to extend any additional ATV mileage or seasons on the trail system. Is that correct? Yep.
Well, I don't know the proper procedure.
If you're going to call for somebody else. they
Yeah,
can
okay.
take it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So just to clarify, there is a process for changing the date, and this legislation is sort of an override of that process. Is that correct? Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
In opposition, Abby Evenkow.
My name is Abby Ivanko from Gorham, New Hampshire. Hopefully you remember me from half an hour ago. I support the Director of Fish and Game's opposition to extending the trails on the Connecticut Lake headwaters. There is a public process to manage these lands, and this is an end run around it. Again, if we go back to the trail siting statutes, the intent is for public interest to the intent is for the public, it's in the public interest to balance the demand for OHRV trails on state lands with other state priorities and non-motorized recreation. And it must be done in, quote, cooperation with the Department of Fish and Game and all other custodial state agencies. And it's in the statute. It should be noted that Fish and Game data shows that OHRV registrations have dropped for 3 years in a row since the COVID peak. They're now back to their 2018 levels. And OHRV registrations have always been significantly and consistently lower than hunting and fishing licenses, New Hampshire always sells more hunting licenses by around 20,000 than OHRV registrations and well over 100,000 fishing licenses. If Coos County really wants a robust economy, we need to diversify away from OHRVs. There is a fiscal note attached to this bill and it's ongoing. Where does this $10,000 a year go? Where does it come from? Where does it go? Is that the actual cost of law enforcement for a 10.5-mile section of OHRV trail? Given the condition of New Hampshire coffers and all our property taxes going through the roof, is this the best use of public money? Climate change was mentioned, that it's changing our seasons. So then it's really in the state's best interest to reduce our burning of fossil fuels instead of finding ways to burn more of it. Thank you for your time. Actually, no, I'm sorry. I have one more thing. I have friends who live in Pittsburgh. I have friends who have camps up there. They've lost the peaceful right to enjoyment of their property by having ATVs roaring past their homes, hundreds all day long.
Questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Mark Brady, in support of the bill. Coos County Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to come here today. This is a follow-up to, I guess, the discussion as you've kind of heard from last fall on this issue. What I would say is this, and, I can appreciate being in your position. I remember being in the legislature when Benson was governor, and that's when this was all just starting. I'm from Jefferson. I'm the county administrator. I've been in the North Country off and on my whole life. Grew up in the tourism business. My grandfather started Six Gun City. Norman Du Bois, who started Santa's Village, they were Berlin boys from the East Side and convinced him to go start Six Gun. So I'm very akin and very attuned just from that ethos alone to the tourism industry up north. As you know, the North Country's two primary industries are timber and their tourism. And between the two of them, it's about $5 billion collectively between the two, 3.2 and 1.6, right around there. And we've done a very good job, as the state has in general, of managing all the different rights between, the conservationists, recreational users, property owners, et cetera. But let me be very clear. The legislature, when we went down this road on the OHRVs, a lot of us up there, we were not big fans of it, but we've learned to live with it. And when, with all due respect, when the nice lady here from Gorham says it all needs to go away, there will be nothing left of the North Country. That was part of the issue of dealing with the Aurora on the harvesting of the timber. And this legislation, when you understand it in context, is part of a bigger understanding by all of us in the North Country. And I mean, you have the executive counselor, I believe you have the state senator, you have the 9 representatives from all of the North Country, you have the three county commissioners, of which Commissioner Gorman's here, he'll be up here in a little bit. You have the county sheriff. We all see it the same way. And when they denied that last fall, and I think Representative Ouellette just mentioned, $9 million a weekend. So that's $18 million they took out from these business owners. And you should look at these business owners when they come up, because that's the market working. Again, I remember being in the legislature with Governor Benson. And I remember what the North Country was going to get back then, if any of you remember this or not. Timber, the mills are gone. And it's had a profound negative effect on the North Country. We were given 2 things by Concord. We were given 2 prisons, and let's do OHRV. And you know what? The ingenuity of our people, they took the OHRV And they've done an incredible job with OHRV to the point of New Hampshire. If you look at the study from 2020, I think it's the ninth largest. We've grown it into the ninth largest industry economic production in the country. That's unbelievable when you really think about it, because think about the size of New Hampshire. Think about even just the land area of New Hampshire versus other parts of the country that are doing this. But again, we understand, we all understand the implications of OHRV. Coos County does. We understand the enforcement issue. You'll have the sheriff that will come up and talk about that. That's a priority for all of our decision makers. We do look at this very much from an economic development perspective, because we're the poorest county. We're 2% of the population, 20% of the land area. Grafton is 16 to 18% of the land area. Between those two counties, you have almost half of the state. Okay. 40% is 2% and 20% of the land area. We have over 1 million visitors that come to Coos County. What is the number one visited area of the state? It's Mount Washington. Now that the old man is gone, it's Mount Washington. Now we know rooms and meals. We're generating an incredible amount of economic activity for you here in Concord, for your communities all over this state. We would argue that we're not getting back our fair share. But that's not what this discussion is about today. We've got other things going on that we're going to start to explore that. Because the North Country at the end of the day is not just our North Country, it's your North Country too. We are the identity of the state. We're generating economic activity, and it is absurd. It is ludicrous, and it's one of the nastiest things I've ever seen by some bureaucrats in Concord to say, you know what? We're not going to give you 2 weekends. We're not going to give you basically 5 days for all intents and purposes. 5 days. And somehow, because those 5 days is going to make all hell break loose, and this can't be done. That's bull. That's bull. And we operate, from the county perspective, we operate 2 nursing homes. We're the only county in the state that has 2 nursing homes, one in Berlin, one in West Stewartstown. We have our correctional facility. As you know, the state downshifts costs to the counties. It's not a fun place to be to run a county, and it's sure not a fun place to be to run a rural county. This is not Hillsborough or Rockingham, etc. And that $18 million that would have been generated, that's real money to our residents. That's real money to our tax base that gives them the ability to pay their taxes, et cetera, which are skyrocketing. You go to Pittsburgh, which has a population of, 850 to 1,000. Let's say it's 1,000 to keep it easily. 1,000. You can go up there on a weekend. You can have 4,500, 5,000 people. They actually just had their first good weekend for this winter, was just this past weekend, because we finally got some snow all the way up north. And the climate change has impacted, certainly, the importance of OHRV, because you can't rely on the snow machines the way you used to. I grew up on snow machines, going up into Kilkenny, the end of our property. You can't rely on it anymore the way you did. That's why they did come to the table to ask for it, to have it open last year, because we have been beaten up. We haven't had good winters at all. And I don't understand why you here in Concord would object to that. It does not, to me, it's not fair. This is good, responsible public policy, what Representative Ouellette and our representatives are proposing here. And we're asking you to please let this be open. And we've been forced down this road. And I want to say something about DNCR. DNCR, with all due respect to DNCR, the way they run their shop in the easement, they forced Coos County, the smallest and the poorest county in this state. We had to go find our own attorneys to have them interpret the easement that Shaheen and Greg spent $30 million of all of our money, with both federal monies and state monies, for that easement, to try to get them to enforce the easement. They have not done their fiduciary on that easement. And so, again, this is an important issue to us. I would urge you as well, when we start talking about this easement, to go in and look at COAS's submission on the Aurora component of the stewardship plan. Right now, there's no harvesting of logging going up. It's very minimal. We've gone from 40 to 30 down to, are we at 10 even this year? This is important to us. Opening these trails is about economic activity and doing it in the right way. And we urge you to please pass this legislation.
I'd like to remind all the speakers that we try not to impute anything on any of the other departments or any other speakers. So if you could just watch all the speakers, watch what you say about anyone, whether they're a prior witness or a state representative or a department representative. We try to maintain decorum here in this friendly committee.
Understood.
And I think that's what my fellow wanted to say. Do we have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, we had one? Then don't.
Thank you for thank you. I'm a little nervous to ask a question after just being spoken to in that manner. If there is a process that needs to be followed to open these trails, why wasn't that process followed?
There's a process, and I would argue that the process isn't working, okay? And because there's a hard date of April 1, so they lose, I would say they had good reasons to want to ask for that, okay? And I don't know why you would sit there and say, with all due respect, Representative, I certainly wouldn't, oh, well, they missed that April 1st, so that's it. So why should be treated differently? I don't think that's the issue at all, okay, personally. And I will tell you this as well, what I think from our perspective is that,
Excuse me. Thank you. I
Yeah.
have your answer. Thank you
okay,
very much.
you're welcome.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Pigeon, you're back again.
Thank you, but my concerns have been eloquently addressed by previous speakers, so I will gladly not be redundant and waive my opportunity to speak again.
Thank you, Mr. Pigeon. We appreciate that because we have quite a few other speakers here lined up with pink cards. In support of the bill, Ray Gorman, County Commissioner, District Number 3.
Thank you, folks, for giving me the time to speak today here. And I believe I can offer 2 or 3 different angles on this situation that we have going on in the moment. I am part of the Headwaters Committee as well. And first of all, this is an economic issue, as well as you'll hear the uses of non-motorized. But this issue shouldn't be completely that way, because the bird hunters, primarily the group in there at that time, they tend to not come as heavy as many of them early in the season because of the leaves, all right, et cetera. I'm an avid bird hunter. I have bred Brittany's, American Brittany's bird dogs for 40 years. I have competed nationally, Canada, won multiple championships in the American Brittany Hall of Fame. And I don't want to be bragging right now, but I just want to tell you that to get to that level where I did was I need to train my dogs a minimum of 3 times a week, an hour per dog. Okay, run 2 at a time. And I know where the birds are. I know where the best places are to train. My friends do as well. And one of the things I will say is that the area that the trails that we're asking about to affect the bird hunters is not, in my opinion, that significant compared to Scotts Bogs, East Inlet. And we're talking a very large area here. And the trails that we're talking about is a small area, 10 miles versus 200 miles of roads, et cetera. it really should be the importance of just the area that we want is important. So I believe there's no reason why the bird hunters and the other people, I feel the bird hunters, what they do is they drive up a road, they see a pull off, and they go with their truck, okay? If they have dogs, they unload their dogs, and out they go, 2 or 3 guys. See, they're walkers, it's the same thing, all right? They're not on the roads. I mean, there's the old road hunters, yes, but they're not in the same areas as the ATV people. And even if they are, they're off the trail, they're in the woods. The guns that they're using are shotguns with low pellets, okay? They're not out there with double-aught buck. They're not out there with slugs, okay? So some of this needs to balance, and I think it's a big part of this today. That's my part there. I think there's no reason why that cannot all work. There's no reason that bird hunters should be just fine. That should do well. Economically, I live in Colebrook. I'm a selectman in Colebrook as well. I've been involved with the OHRV, some of the things that you talked about at your previous hearings, our community. We did the public hearings. We have roads open. We've had to work with enforcement, so on and so forth, and it is working, and it is a tremendous boost to our community economically. It has brought in several people that have bought houses. It makes a difference. Snowmobiles and OHRVs for the North Country is a huge thing, miss. And the ripple effect of this, last weekend was the first decent weekend of snow in Pittsburgh. All the trails are open. Pittsburgh was very busy, and Colebrook was very busy. Our restaurants were full all weekend. Our motel was full. And the OHRVs, I think, even have more of a ripple effect because the Berlin-Gorham traffic loves to come to Pittsburgh. They go there, have lunch, and head back. So it affects all of our area. But we have, and in the last few days, I went around in the past week, I've been around to the businesses, I've been around, to the selectmen. I have a statement here from the selectmen as well, I'll have passed out to you folks, I should have given that to you immediately, of their support. The majority of the board supports that these trails stay open till Columbus Day weekend. It's important to understand that it affects everybody up there. It affects, I'll say it affects you guys with rooms and meals, so on and so forth. And lots of people have spoken on that, and I'm going to keep stressing that. Being part of the advisory committee, there's a document that was written. There's copies of the public hearings, okay? And it was clear in those documents and what those folks did back then, the Fred Kings, all those folks, economics was a big part of this, all right? They wanted to protect the timber industry, the forest industry, okay? They wanted to make the document also flexible. In that document, it talks about motorized sports, okay? So it's before the OHRV times, okay? And the economics of the area, they were very, very specific about how important, they knew what this tract of land, how special it was, and how much it meant to the North Country, okay, to the county, all right? And I think Mr. Brady made a very good, we have OHRVs, snowmobiles. That's one of our big things. We have the prisons. In my area, okay, we've lost so much industry. It's just, you know, my brother lost his job in a paper mill. My sister lost her job in a furniture factory. So the whole area, I mean, it needs this. These folks, when they came this summer to the public hearing, they had just come off from 2 bad winters, all right, and not necessarily a good summer because we had so much damage from the floods, those 100-year floods that are now becoming 5-year floods, to trails, to roads, the winters without snow, okay? They needed some help, all right? At the public hearing that night for that committee, all right, it was quite obvious the people in that room, okay, a large majority, I'm willing to say 80 to 90%, were absolutely in favor, all right, of keeping those trails open for 10 more days. It needs to be seriously considered, and we appreciate your help with it. I'm going to give you my statements that I have from the Pittsburgh select board, who I spoke with last night. I think Mr. Brady and everybody else made it very clear that the county commissioners are totally behind this for our whole county, right through Senate, Joe Kenny, and definitely all of our reps. So I hope that we do have some influence on this, folks. Thank you. Oh, whoops, any questions?
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Commissioner, do you see any downside to this legislation?
Could you say that one more time, honey?
Do you see any downside to this legislation? Anything that's...
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, I think that there's no reason. We're talking 10 days to start with. We're talking a town that's been specifically singled out, okay, out of a whole system. All right. I mean, Coos County, the state gave us the ability to open our roads, open our trails, recognizing what it would do for us. All right. And then we close them for what? For 10 days? Why? And the residents there want it open. So it's Barney, we need to keep that open for our area and to keep for the business that we have and so on and so forth. And there is in that agreement that was made, there's a lot in there about economic development. If any of you guys ever have time, go to the website, Connecticut Headwaters, and read some of the old history. Spend an hour or two reading that stuff. You'll be surprised. I think it's a great document. I think it's very well written, and you can see what those folks were trying to do. And they wanted to keep the logging industry strong, and they wanted to keep the tourist business strong. Those were the two big things. Wildlife, of course. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions for the speaker? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. And thanks for, articulately describing the challenges. And I'm wondering, as a member of the committee, if you think that the process that was described by DNCR and advocated for by the commissioner could work, if there is a way to extend it using the public hearing process.
When it comes to HRVs, it seems to be difficult, sir. I asked earlier when the committee was working on the trails and all the document that was just signed. I asked about, because we were looking for a connected trail. I think it was 3 miles long between the Colebrook ATV Club and the Pittsburgh Club. And at that time, there was significant resistance from Aurora. They were not allowing any more trails to be opened. That was it. But I was told at that time that I could bring it back up, all right, and that we did have the ability. I mean, we will, but I think we need help from you folks here to show that this process needs to happen in an objective way, all right? And I mean objective. Okay, not just anti this or anti that. I hope that answers your question.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
And I'll give the handouts to.
Speaking against, Ann Davis.
Mr. Chairman, thank you again for the ability to speak on House Bill 127. Several people have already spoken and raised some points that I had in my prepared testimony. However, I'd like to make a couple notes. Mark and I have a conservation easement on our property that's next to the Guile State Forest. That is held by another entity, as is the Connecticut Lakes. The easement is held by the state of New Hampshire. We are still the landowners, and we still have the right to have a say in the management of the property. There are quite a few restrictions that are contained in the easement, but it is a working forest conservation easement. We've developed 10 miles of trails at a significant cost to us for that. So I would suggest that the committee weigh the rights of the landowner. Part of me sees this as a property rights issue. And Representative Ouellette read part of the OHRV 1188 Commission's objectives, but there is one other that he did not refer to, so I would like the committee to be aware of that. Number 5, the report. The commission shall report its findings and recommend proposed legislation to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the President of the Senate, the House Clerk, the Senate Clerk, the Governor, and the State Library on or before November 1st of each year. So part of our mission is to weigh in on legislation. We did just learn about this particular bill, but we did not discuss it and we did not make a decision one way or another on it. So thank you again for your time and thank you for your service to the people of New Hampshire. Any questions?
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you again
Thank
for
you
your
very much.
testimony. I have 5 cards all in support, so I'd simply ask you, try not to repeat what somebody else says. I know all your testimony is important, but we appreciate it if you could take that into consideration. The first one in support, Captain Michael Eastman, New Hampshire Fish and Game. Captain Eastman.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I apologize to excite everyone behind me, but the Fish and Game Commission is actually in opposition of this bill. So
Then you checked the wrong box.
I apologize. My other card that's in there for the next bill would be support then. Thank you all for having me here today. I am here at the behest of the New Hampshire Fish and Game Commission. They had all met and taken a vote to oppose this proposal or this bill. Certainly, and this comes from the when we first went in front of the committee and were asked about our stance on opening this section of the Headwaters property. It was that the reason for the closure at this time is because small game season, our hunters for grouse and such open on October 1st. So therefore, the caveat of opening up this property was to close it so that it was open to primarily to our hunters. Certainly, Director Simek and the commission and myself understand, how important OHRV commerce just to Coos County, and what OHRVs bring to the North Country. But this section of property, the Headwaters property, is and was designated for sportsmen and for their use of that property. Now, certainly, that's our primary goal here, is that we look at the rights and the privileges of the hunters and how they can better be successful. Now, certainly, I've worked, this is my 23rd year as a conservation officer. I've checked hunters in that area and OHRVs, obviously. And what I've seen is that this is really a destination. There are articles written about Pittsburgh and small game hunting. There are, I've checked hunters from as far as Wisconsin and Minnesota. And with them, they bring obviously their dollars, and they bring their animals with them. And certainly some of those dogs that they run would cost as much as a UTV. So that's really one of our concerns, is that there would be a potential adverse interaction between those hunters that have come here and possibly travel from afar. And then also the other part of that is that, as you've heard testimony, that National Fish and Game is the primary law enforcement agency that covers the enforcement of OHRVs and hunters and fishermen on that property. Now, understand, we do certainly give OHRV monies to Coos County Sheriff's Department to patrol, and they patrol, throughout their county. The only issue is that, and I will say that there is a lot of law enforcement, especially recently in Pittsburgh, with Northern Borders, Stone Garden, patrols that are going on up there actively, and their primary goal is to do those Northern Borders duties, for illegal entries and drugs. And what the issue is not necessarily the amount of enforcement that's in the area, it's what that enforcement is doing. So, for instance, the law enforcement up there does not cover accidents that occur on the trails. And those accidents, they will go, and they certainly will take information and give us that information. But that does not alleviate my officers from having to sit down on a Monday and fill out an accident report and everything else that goes along with an accident. So we really are the primary ones that are taking care of that. Really, I'm here for the hunters, for the other sportsmen that benefit from this property. Like I said, Director Simek, Commission, we understand commerce. We are there for the OHRV community. We're there when new stores open up in Gorham. We're there for the Pittsburgh Old Home Day, for Jericho Fest, or whatever they call it these days. River Fire. We're there really to support the OHRV community. And unfortunately, this is just one section of the support that we cannot give to that community. That's really the end of my testimony.
Any questions? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. A previous speaker mentioned the numbers of hunting and fishing licenses versus OHRV riders. Does Fish and Game have any sense of that or any tracking of those numbers?
Unfortunately, I didn't bring that here today. Certainly, when Abby Evanco spoke about that data, certainly, it's yes, we do sell more hunting and fishing licenses than OHRV. And through COVID, OHRV, people were looking for something to do. ATVing, UTVing, that was a big thing that they did. Numbers really spiked up, and then they're starting to come down to where they were, pre-COVID. So,
Follow up. Would you be able to supply us with those numbers?
Of course.
They exist? All right. Thank you very much.
Representative Gould.
Thank you for taking my question. I may not have heard correctly. I think someone may have said that these hunters go to another area, a swampy area or someplace, rather than this particular area is from here. Is that correct, or what?
Certainly,
Do you know?
they go to Pittsburgh in general, so that doesn't exclude one East Inlet. There's a tons of places they could go. This is one section that's open that is there specifically for sportsmen. That is, state property. So yes, there's other places they can go. They can go throughout Coos County. But like I said, this section was specifically set aside for sportsmen and women of the state.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Eastman, for taking my question. I guess I'm a little unclear why this 10 miles of trail differentiates from the rest of the trail system up there. And as Commissioner Gorman said, bird season doesn't really get hit hard until the leaves drop. I'm just curious what would hurt that for that 2 weeks of being open to help out the economic development of that region.
Thank you for that question. Certainly, it's only 10 miles. It's only 2 weeks. We understand that. But I'm sorry, could you say that question one more time?
Well, I'm not clear as the difference. The maps that Representative Willett brought show hundreds of miles of trails, and there's just this one little island. What is the difference? I'm just curious, why is that should be held different than the rest of the state?
Thank you for repeating that. I lost my train of thought. I think the opening and closing dates of OHRV use throughout the state is probably one of the most confusing things that we have going out there. I think that, one part of the state closes at this time, the other part closes at this time. Some Rockingham trails open year round, this trail's open year round. I think, yes, there are other portions that are open. So, but this, once again, is a section that was set up and where Pittsburgh is a destination place to go for grouse hunting. Now, certainly, I know people come to Pittsburgh October 1st and throughout, and once again, ATVing, yes, it may start a little bit later in Pittsburgh, but certainly there's at least a 90 days for which it is open. And now you have bird hunters that have really technically 3 weeks from October 1 until moose season starts the third week of October. And then you're into youth deer season, and then you're into regular muzzleloader season. So really, there's a very short window for which small game, for the price that they pay, for the price they pay to come to this area, has to hunt those areas. Probably one of the best ways to shoot a grouse is to wait until there's snow on the ground and drive down a road, and they're sitting on a branch on the side of any logging road in Pittsburgh. But once again, that's not when the main hunters come and run their dogs and come to the Pittsburgh area, from my experience.
Yeah, can I have a follow-up?
Follow-up.
I understand that the trails open and close at different times, but wouldn't that make sense to put this in a line with the rest of the state? Wouldn't that make it less confusing?
I would agree it would make it in line. I would not agree that this is the time frame for which if it were up to me, I think that and looking at hunters and fishermen as the primary individuals to benefit from this closure, it would be that the state would close down on September 30th.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bridle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Captain, correct? Is there anything, just a point of clarification, is there anything jurisdictionally prohibiting other law enforcement agencies from performing the tasks in a law enforcement sense that Fish and Game would provide in the North Country? Or do you guys have a mutual aid agreement up there where local police, county police, they can all work kind of cooperatively? And if I'm taking your testimony from earlier right, if there is an accident or something, your office would still be involved in that based off the evidence gathering from the local authorities. Is that correct?
So the agreement that I spoke about earlier is our OHRV PD grants. So portions of the OHRV fund go towards, it's $30,000-$40,000 goes towards enforcement of OHRVs. Any police department can put in for that, and they have jurisdiction within their municipality. Coos County Sheriff's Department puts in for that regularly. They get actually the largest amount of that fund to do enforcement, which really generally is around $10,000. And they have the authority, as well as state police, Pittsburgh Police Department. They have authority to enforce the rules within their jurisdiction, and they can cover the accidents that occur within those jurisdictions as well.
Representative Darby. Representative Gould, can you shut off your mic, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Just briefly, what's the speed limit on these roads that you're talking about for the ATVs?
Everything's about 25 miles an hour, unless otherwise marked.
Follow up.
And a follow up. And based on your enforcement, is that often exceeded?
I can tell you this: the cause for OHRV accidents, snowmobile accidents, the biggest contributing factor is excessive speed and basically inexperience. So yes, that's probably one of the biggest tickets that we write is for excessive speed.
Anyone new? Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Captain, are these roads closed like to all motorized vehicles or just OHRVs? At that time, like September 30th, are all motorized vehicles denied access or just the OHRVs?
Unfortunately, I can't answer that question because in my mind, I've definitely been across Cedar Stream Road, which is closed at times. It's probably a better question for Chief Rennie. I can't speak to that section.
Okay, thank you. Because the previous speaker mentioned how the hunters can bring their trucks in with their dogs and stuff. So I wasn't sure if they had access or not. That's what's confusing to me.
There certainly are sections where you can operate into those areas. There are other sections that are gated off. I can't speak to why that is or why it isn't. But certainly there are times when they are open and when they are closed.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Davis.
Yes, thank you. So I'm still unclear if there's 228 square miles of small game hunting, why this 10 miles of trails, which is so crucial to the economic development of that area, would matter that much.
All I can speak to is that the majority of the land that OHRVs operate on is private property, outside of Rockingham Trail, Jericho State Park, things like that. So it's really up to the landowner when they choose to open or close trails. This section, even though it does the 10.5 miles, it is under the advisory group, and it was designated for the sportsmen and women for use of those individuals. And so therefore, like I said, my commission feels that that it's important for those hunters and fishermen to have their say, and that's why this section has always been closed, because for those hunters and fishermen.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the captain? Seeing none, thank you, Captain.
Thanks so much.
I have Keith Rober, the Coos County High Sheriff, and if you can keep it less than your 10 minutes, that would be appreciated.
I'll try to keep it real quick. Keith Rober, I just got elected as High Sheriff of Coos County. I have been working for Coos County for 27 years. Before being sheriff, I've gone through 5 sheriffs. And when the captain brings up about accidents, our prior sheriffs, fishing games expertise, OHRVs, snowmobiles, hunting, fishing, it wasn't ours. So they always were under the standing where, let's let them do their expertise so we don't mess up their accident reports. There's a new sheriff in town, and I'm gonna change that. And I'm hoping with fishing game, we can go through, send some of our guys for training with them on accidents. Major accidents, fatals, that's their expertise. But our guys will be there, and they are going to cover accidents this year. It is great. They do give us funding through the grant. I think we got a little under 10,000 last year. The county puts a substantial amount in. So the county will give us 20,000 for patrol, fishing game. So we get $30,000. In the summertime, we put 3 guys out designated just for OHRV to help these guys. Because when it first started, it was like the Wild West up there. And without all the agencies coming together, it would have been a cluster. I think we've done a great job. Our rentals were a lot of our issues. We've hammered down on rental companies, and they have been great to work with. When we write their guys tickets that they rent to, they're very glad. They actually tell them, if you're speeding, you're going to get a ticket. Jurisdiction-wise, we have jurisdiction throughout the whole state. Can make an arrest right here in Concord, whether that's Pittsburgh, Nashua. We stay in Coos County, but we do have the ability. Our guys do arrest. We do a lot of patrols. I think last year our guys wrote about 238 summonses and about 680 warnings just on OHRVs. And we've been seeing a lot of increase where people stay in Gorham, and that's their starting point, destination Pittsburgh. So, and our guys sometimes stop them on their way up and stop them on their way back. So they go to Pittsburgh, stay overnight in a hotel. or cabin or whatever, and then on Sunday they drive back and come back to Gorham and come back home. So we are going to be out. I'm going to make sure I have at least 3 guys if it does get open for those 10 days or whenever the trail's open, designated up there. I was on the phone with Chief Doobie from Pittsburgh, and he supports it, and his guys are going to do the same thing as well.
Thank you, Sheriff. Any other question? Any questions for the sheriff? Representative Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just Sheriff, a quick question. So I didn't hear you say either way. I'm assuming that you're in support of this legislation?
Yes, we're in support of it. We're going to support it. We're going to patrol it.
What do you think the economic cost to you with the extra patrols will be? The economic cost to your department for the extra patrols?
Luckily for us, we use a lot of, we call them part-time, full-time people. So these are retired full-time guys that work part-time for us, and they have so many hours they can work. So we actually don't have to pay time and a half for those. We will, because our full-time guys will be out there doing it as well. But I mean, on a weekend, you know, they're getting $30 an hour. They're putting 10, 20 hours in, you know, so you take 3 guys. It costs money, but it costs money to make money. And I think it's very important for COAS and for the taxpayers in COAS that provide, you know, Pittsburgh, we don't want them on an island. So.
Thank you. Any other questions for the sheriff? Seeing none, thank you, Sheriff, for your
Thank you very much.
testimony. I have a card for someone who says no opposition. So since I had 3 in favor still left, I'll have David Kuzi from Aurora. Takes no position. Mr. Kuzi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Cuzzy with Prospect Hill Strategies here in town. On behalf of Aurora Sustainable Lands, Aurora is the landowner of the CT Lakes Headwaters Forest. The company didn't have and had a plan to speak today, but I did just want to make a slight correction to the company's position on this legislation. Our partners at DNCR, they did correctly note that the company is very cool to the expansion of trails on the property, but on the issue of extending the season, the company has no position. And so I just wanted to make that distinction.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In favor, Corinne Robert.
Hello, my name is Corinne Rober. I'm the owner of Bear Rock Adventures in Pittsburgh, New Hampshire. So I'm the face of what you're talking about. My business is motorized sports. Started out with ATV rentals in front of my house. Used to live down in the North Conway area and owned a restaurant, but wanted to get to an area that was more remote and had more trail access, both snowmobiling and ATVing. Our business started in 2013. We started out with 10 ATVs. We now have 50 and 50 snow machines, which may sound like an enormous impact on the area in regard to noise and more people, but the reality of it is that we have 15 employees in an area that has 800 people that live there. So 15 employees that are full-time, that's a big deal. When you lose seasons or parts of a season, for instance, last winter, and this is relative to OHRV because they're all connected. You see, we may have what seems like year-round, but the reality is we have 6 months of operation and then need to fill 6 months of payments with bills and employment pay. So last year, our season was to begin December 15th, which is when the trails open for the winter. We opened January 11th. We still have payments. We still have employees. Typically, we run through to the end of March, possibly April 15th. We closed March 1st. To put that in dollar figures for you, in a small business, that equates to $175,000 $700,000 of lost income. Oftentimes, we don't open on Memorial Day for OHRV because of weather. That can equate to another $75,000. When you close 13 days, you close on the 30th of September, the adjoining town, Colebrook, stays open. So we're literally talking about a 10-mile trail. If you do the math, that's 7.7 acres of land. That's what we're talking about. To connect one system to the next. So Pittsburgh's gas stations, retail locations, rental locations, lodging establishments, food, they all lose. And I'll put another dollar to that because we have the ability actually to take our rental business and move it to our campground that is in Stewartstown. It's not ideal. You try moving 50 machines to another location for anywhere from 8 to 13 days. Do the math. Lots of trips, lots of gas, a lot of money. When we shut down, our retail store shuts down for that period of time. That equates to about $150,000. That's a lot of money for a small business. When what we're talking about is for you to just say, this doesn't make an ounce of sense. What's going on here? We're not looking at who can do what. We've been asked to do reports when we have accidents by Fish and Games because they can't get there. We do our part. I collect registrations and sell the decals. $60,000 last month we sent to the Fish and Game. 1,000 of it, granted the seasons change, 1,000 of it was for license. The rest were for snowmobile registrations. So we typically collect about $275,000 worth of registrations in a year. We don't make money on that. We lose money on that. So what we have to do is we have to make money where we can make money. So we're asking you to give us, next year it's 13 days. We would close on a Tuesday, but we want 2 weekends. You try paying payroll for 11 weeks when you don't have that income anymore. It's not a joke. It's a big deal. We do have other things that we can collect off of, so we start e-com. But the reality is this Pittsburgh, New Hampshire, this is what we are living off of. My husband was in the logging industry since he was 16. He had to get out because it's collapsing. He got out 3 years ago. What's our business? Our business is Bear Rock Adventures, living off of the land, living off of the economic opportunity within the area. So don't shut it down. Just consider there's a real face, and it's not just the rental agents. We work with the authorities. We work with landowners. We work with the town. We own 700 acres. Those hunters are all over our properties. They don't stop hunting anywhere else but on this 7 acres? Like, that makes no sense. Granted, they may be processes, and granted, we may be asking for a process that doesn't seem as it aligns with what you think should happen. But does that make any sense either? When this can happen, and it matters. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Thank you for being here today.
Sure.
Is there any sort of chamber of commerce or business association in your town that has taken a stance on this? Do you have any sense of that?
I'm currently not involved in the Chamber of Commerce, but I was for over 7 years.
Okay.
And the stance is that economically it is the greatest impact on the area. At that point in which I was involved, I did a short study with the real estate agents in the area. And then again, because we own several hundred acres and my husband has been in logging for a long time, we also do real estate development on a residential piece. 80% of all properties that were sold because they were connected to trail systems, both snowmobile and ATV. That's a reality. Yeah.
Representative Bridle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question today.
Sure.
2013 is when you said you started?
Yes.
That's a long time. Have you found that over a decade worth of being in business up there, when you lose a holiday weekend like Memorial Day weekend, the amount of, and that's due to weather,
Correct.
to have an arbitrary date of September 30th, where you could have another holiday weekend 13 days later, that additional holiday would make up for a loss of a holiday weekend at the beginning of the season.
Yes.
So like the amount of money that is brought in by a holiday weekend is worth more than just having an arbitrary date of the end of the month.
Yes, so let me get that straight. You're asking me if we lose on one end, do I think that the extension of that season would help offset that loss? Absolutely. One of the things that happens is Memorial Day weekend can often be impacted by the snow level. We don't have that typically in the middle, at the beginning of October to the middle of October. So yes, anything that we can get, we need. And if you do remember correctly, the past 2 seasons for OHRVing, we'd had several close downs due to rain that was impacting the trail systems. So some people, one of which was one of my lodging establishment, that you could not access on the trails. So yes, if we can gain 10 or 13 days on the other end, absolutely it matters. You're welcome.
Any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
In favor of the bill, Darren Jock?
Most of my points have been brought out here, but I would like to just touch on a couple of things that are very important. Obviously, October 1st is the same all the way through the state as far as hunting goes. And for 10 miles, that can't even be a consideration for what we brought this to be this last summer. We have a new landowner. The Perry Stream property, which is about 8,000 acres, is our primary trail system that we're talking about connecting to. They came to us this year and asked if we could keep it open through Columbus Day. So we met with our town selectmen, and they unanimously agreed this spring to go on board with this. So we brought this decisions to Trails Bureau. June 1st, we requested this. So when this April 1st date that they talked about just came to be this fall. So we will be pursuing this as well, again in April if we have to. It's a shame it's got to come to legislation. The state of New Hampshire owns those roads. We spent $40 million to get the rights to those roads. And we should be able to make this a very simple process. I'm on the board of directors for the Great Northwoods Riders, and I also own a business in town, and this would be huge for all of us. So I thank you for your time. If you have any questions.
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate the handout. Our last card, Don Gorman in support. And for those in the audience, the next bill, I have like 6 cards and I don't have any for the last bill. So in discussion, we're just going to keep going. So if you're there, this is the last one on this bill. We're just going to continue with the next hearing after that. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and Mr. Clerk also. And if I deviate from the bill here for half a second, I want to congratulate all the people who ran for and are newly elected to the state legislature. Congratulations, well done. Mr. Chairman, I've been listening to the testimony here for quite a while, and I think what I am going to speak about is a golden opportunity to develop the North Country. Resources, recreation, development. This would probably be interim study. But why are we confining ourselves to a 10-mile trail when we should be expanding the entire North Country, Coos County, anything north of Lake Winnipesaukee? Why do we not have world-class snowmobile races? Why do we not have dog sled races going from Berlin to Montreal? Why do we not have a train that comes from Montreal to Berlin? And why would you go to Berlin? Because you got a 50,000 square foot factory that manufactures ski-mobiles, the Berlin Bomber, if you will. What we want to do, in my opinion, Mr. Chairman, we want to expand our thinking. There's no reason why the Fish and Game Department should be in here opposing this bill. There's no reason why people who say we need conservation should be opposing this bill. There's no reason for anybody to be opposing this bill. What we are looking for is economic development of everything. The bird hunter who goes bird hunting is very happy to spend $50 down at the diner that afternoon. The economy of the entire North Country will develop and expand. We can include all of the people who have concerns that have spoken here today to put something together with the thought of we are going to make the North Country one of the shining places in the United States to go. If you think of Lake Tahoe, what do you think of? Skiing, the best skiing in the Rockies. When you think of Berlin, what do you think of? Trees, logging. Let's expand that. Let's get some great development going on in the North County. I just can envision with the effort, a major effort being put in, and by this committee, I might add. This committee is specifically, what are we looking at? Resources, recreation, development. This committee could be the most exciting committee in the entire legislature, barring finance, of course.
Mr. Gorman, I appreciate your passion. I can see it from this far away. But can you keep your comments to this bill?
I thought I was, Mr. Chairman, in addressing the people who are opposing this bill. I don't see why they are opposing if we include them into a development. And specifically to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, if this bill was to put on interim study, we could take those two, instead of killing it as we usually do, instead of that, we could actually develop with the Fish and Game, with the conservation people, develop a world-class organization up here in the North Country. So I may be drifting off the specific of the bill, but I see this great opportunity for this bill. So that's pretty much what I have to say. And I'm very glad that I came today to listen to the testimony here. And if we're including everybody, I think that's a great way to go. And this is not a Democrat-Republican bill. This is a people of the North Country developing bill. If you're getting on a lift ticket, I don't say, are you a Democrat or a Republican? You want the family day pass? That's what I'm interested in, the economy of the area. So I may have drifted. I apologize for that, Mr. Chairman, but I think I got my point across.
No, we thank you for your testimony. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who didn't fill out a pink card that wants to talk about HB 127 FN? Yeah, you need to fill a pink card out, but you can take the seat and tell us if you're for or against. No, you won't, should speak, so we can move on.
Hi, my name is Stephen Wilkie. Hi, my name is Stephen Wilkie. I represent New Hampshire Off-Highway Vehicle Association. We're the association of the 23 clubs. I was not going to speak on this bill, but I'll make it quick. It's very hard to compare hunting and fishing licenses, which are for an individual person, to machine registrations. A lot of our machines now carry 2, 4, or 6 people. So comparing those numbers are apples to oranges. And I would caution against that. Nova does support this in that it would universalize the closing date above Route 26 and it make it very clear that above Route 26, it closes at Columbus Day. Above the notches closes October 31st. And it would then very universalize the closing dates up there. That is it.
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. If you could just fill in the pink card and pass it up. On the blue sheets, Representative Sargent.
7 in favor, 5 opposed, 1 neutral.
Thank you. So having no one approaching the speaker's table and having heard all those that wish to speak, I hereby declare the hearing on House Bill 127 FM closed. We'll move immediately on to House Bill 174 and calling up the prime sponsor, Representative Willett.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee members. I'll be very brief. HB 174 basically changes the definition of an OHRV, taking the weight, which is currently of 2,100 pounds to 3,500 pounds. The reason to do that is basically their OHRVs are getting a little more fancy, a little more sophisticated. There's some out there now with air conditioning and heaters and electric windows, and they've gotten a little bit heavier. So they're a little bit over the current weight limit. The second thing that is important, this is going to give the ability for the manufacturers to allow and produce electric ATVs. So if someone is very, environmentally conscious, it's going to allow them to do it. The batteries are heavy. We need the extra weight in the definition. This bill, I brought it in at the request of the New Hampshire Off-Highway Vehicle Association, NOVA. But as far as OHRVs and dimensions, there's a limit in the state of New Hampshire, depending on the trail system, of no more than 65 inches in certain areas, other areas no more than 50 inches. This doesn't change anything. Nothing is changing except the definition with the weights. We discussed this quickly for a few minutes a couple months ago at the commission to study OHRV use in New Hampshire. And the director, or I should say the exact title is, but the head of Bureau of Trails said he felt that the change in weight would not have significant wear on the trails. And I think that you're going to hear a little testimony after that shows that the manufacturers and the tire manufacturers have incorporated new designs and technologies to reduce trail wear. But again, as I had mentioned earlier, no matter what kind of trail system you have, the landowners are the key to have a trail system. Without cooperative landowners, you don't have anything. Clubs have access to what we call grant and aid through the Bureau of Trails. And that's money that goes, grants that go to the clubs to help maintain trails. And like my club, again, up in Colebrook, we have some trails that we use on logging roads. And getting that grant and aid helps us to maintain those roads when required. And just for information, we put out in 2024 over 100 dump truck loads of gravel on our trails as maintenance, not building. So I think that our landowners, if they The ATVs have much less PSI footprint compared to cars, trucks, any other vehicle. I don't think that the extra 1,000 pounds is going to be significant to trail damage. And I would ask the landowners to please communicate with the local clubs and to make sure that they stay happy and the local clubs will work with them to maintain what they need maintained.
Questions I see on my right, Representative Nab.
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you. How is this enforced? What is the enforcement mechanism for the weights?
Really, there isn't.
Okay.
Fish and Game, of course, is primarily law enforcement, but I don't think they're equipped to do any kind of weighing. And like I said, NOVA has proposed this, and it was just to be upfront and to keep everybody legal so that there isn't a problem. You know, we're not trying to hide anything behind the curtain where things are getting heavier, or we want to support the manufacturers that want to bring out battery-powered and electric ATVs and UTVs.
Representative Bridle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You'll have to excuse my ignorance. I'm not an OHRV enthusiast. When it comes to registration of these vehicles, I know certain vehicles that are on our roadways get higher fees for higher weight due to the impact on the roads. Is there any sort of proposed higher fee that is attached to this, or is that something that was considered? Is that not considered at all in when this was created? From your testimony, from your experience.
Everybody in the OHRV world, whether it's a side-by-side or a four-wheeler, they pay the same registration. Is it an idea? Yes. Is it out of the question? I mean, it's got to come to legislature and we can discuss it, but at this time, everybody pays an equal fee.
Any other questions? Representative?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Representative, is this bill to compensate for the weight of the batteries or for the size of the machine?
To answer your question precisely, it's for the weight of the batteries. The size of the machines is not a consideration in this. We don't want to change the size of the machines. We do not. We want to keep the widths the same. So because a lot of the trails are gated, so we want to have OHRVs and side-by-sides on gates, on trails, but we don't want Jeeps. We don't want trucks. We don't want other vehicles. So a lot of them are gated at 65 inches. So that's why the state law is maximum is 65 inches. Okay. And some of the trails in Rockingham County, and I think up in towards Sullivan County, are only 50 inches. But it's totally for weight, not for dimension.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Representative Gould?
Are battery-operated OHRVs quiet versus the other kind?
Extremely.
Any other questions? Representative Taylor?
For gasoline-powered ATVs at this 3,500-pound weight, what would be the approximate or average horsepower and maximum speed of that unit?
When we, and I had mentioned earlier, some of the fancier ones coming through with air conditioning and heat and that sort of thing, most of the ones the manufacturers are on that platform, it's about 100 horsepower. And most of those, I'm going to guess top speed is maybe 70 miles an hour. But as a reminder, the trail speed limit is 25.
Representative Darby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Representative Ouellette. I was reading last night that, and I think it was mentioned earlier, that in many cases, 90% of the trails are private. What do the landowners think about the increased weight? And would this require renegotiation of the agreements with the landowners for this increased weight?
The clubs, I can't speak for the whole state, but I know the clubs up north really have an honest and working relationship with the landowners, of course. I know for my Colbrook Club, we have 120 miles of trail, and I think we have 108 landowners. So they will, if this passes, they will be notified. But according to the studies I've seen, and I think that my friend from Nova will bring us some statistics, that as far as ground disturbance, it's insignificant compared to what there is there now.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Representative, as a prime sponsor, I'm assuming that you're familiar with the language in here. I'm hearing two main purposes. One is for EV batteries, but the language is not limited to 3,500 pounds for an EV OHRV. Right? It's just for all OHRVs. So I'm assuming that it's, I do like the batteries, obviously, but I'm assuming it's also for the fancier OHRVs, like you said.
And I'll explain part of it. Myself, I have a standard off-the-lot OHRV side-by-side. It's a Polaris General. It's not very fast. It's kind of comfortable. And after I bought it, I put a winch on it, and I put a windshield and a windshield wiper, and I put a heater, and I put a spare tire carrier on the back, and I put a spare tire on it, and I carry a toolbox. I carry a recovery box which got some straps and winches, you know, stuff if I get stuck, and a jack, and I carry a cooler. I'm over 2,100 pounds. So I have nothing fancy, but legally I'm overweight. And of course, I'm not the petitest guy in the world.
Anyone new? Representative Bridle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the follow-up. In that regard, is there anybody, I'll cut right to the chase. Do some of the law enforcement vehicles that are out there with all their extra equipment and added equipment, or say other first responders, fire, EMS, some of their setups that they have to operate in North Country, would they be similarly equipped and therefore overweight currently, in your opinion?
I know, I can tell you what I know. The city of Berlin has their own OHRVs that they patrol on the trails. They are overweight. The Coos County Sheriff's Department on their OHRVs are overweight. Fish and Game, I don't know. I haven't seen them out on the trails to know exactly what they're riding. But yeah, some of the law enforcement guys are definitely overweight by today's definition.
Representative Ryan.
Thank you for taking my question. Can you explain unladen dry weight to me? I'm not familiar with that term. It says 35,000 pounds unladen dry weight in the...
Right. So when the manufacturers build a unit, they weigh it and said, this is the weight. And unladen dry weight means that there's no oil in it, no gas, no fluids of any kind, no operator, bare bones. That's what it weighs when it's built.
Anyone else for a question? Yes, Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, reading the bill, there are, 215A43-4 starts out by saying that OHRVs cannot be over 1,000 pounds on state-owned trails except for, and then there's a couple of exceptions, Coos County, another area that I'm not familiar with, and Jericho Mountain, which you took me on last year or early, so I appreciate that. How many trails are we actually talking about here that are 3,500 pounds versus the 1,000?
I can speak for the North Country, which is what I know from Gorham North, and northern Grafton County, which is from maybe Lisbon North. Those are the trails we're talking about. It's probably a little over 1,000 miles. When you get to the Rockingham County trails, I believe those are only 50-inch, so that would you'd never have anything 50 inches wide that would be that heavy. And I think that some around the Claremont area, same thing, that the trail's a little bit narrower, so it wouldn't have any effect. It's really basically for Coos County.
Seeing no one else, thank you for your testimony.
Well, I want to thank the chair and the committee for tolerating me today, and it's been a pleasure.
Speaking against, Abby Evenko.
Sorry, it's good afternoon now. I'm Abby Ivanko from Gorham, New Hampshire. This bill changes the allowed weight of UTVs on certain state lands to increase by 75%, while HB 174 directly applies only to state property, which is about 200 miles of trail. It will impact every landowner whose property connects with state trails. In North Stratford alone, 150 landowners allow OHRV trails on their property. HB 174 has no provisions for any notification or input from landowners or towns about this weight crease, because ATV trails also go over town roads, class 5, class 6. Meanwhile, both landowners and OHRV clubs alike have expressed concern at the degraded state of the trails, the inability of the Bureau of Trails, despite their best efforts, to maintain them properly, and the increasing severity of storms. So a drastic increase in allowed weight, won't that speed up erosion? And where will the money come to repair more damaged trails? We've all heard about the tightened budget that New Hampshire is facing. A recurring theme of the piecemeal OHRV legislation is that the property owners most impacted by the changes in law are not notified or considered or asked for their opinion on the issue. If you truly want to reduce the complaints around OHRV recreation, then it's time to stop the piecemeal approach. Let the OHRV Study Commission continue its work. We're supposed to submit a report and legislative proposals by November 1st of every year, and our final report is due November 1st, 2026. Our commission is diverse, we're big, and let us do our work and propose a workable bipartisan legislation, bring up some of the good questions that have been raised here. So please ITL this bill or send it to the study commission for evaluation. Thank you.
Questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, Abby. Speaking in support of the bill, Stephen, I can't read the end of your name, Wilkins?
Hi, thank you for hearing us. As I said earlier, my name is Stephen Wilkie. I represent New Hampshire Off-Highway Vehicle Association, who is 23. One of each need to go to everybody. There's multiple letters of support there. So we represent 23 clubs, OHRV clubs in New Hampshire, and about 15,000 members. We promoted this legislation because the original UTV definition, which is different than the OHRV definition in New Hampshire, was created over 15 years ago when they were truly utilitarian vehicles, mule or gator, John Deere gator, Kawasaki mule, made for the ranch in Texas. Over the last 15 years, our machines have evolved into severe recreational usage. And along with that has come 4-seat vehicles, enclosed cabs, heat and AC. And when they started adding the heat and AC, they started going over the 2,000-pound dry weight limit. And there have been these vehicles out on the trails for the last 4 or 5 years, the gas-powered ones. As we studied, I also do sit on the 1188 Study Commission, and I am also president of the Sullivan County ATV Club in Claremont. So as we studied this, these vehicles are getting out there because there is no enforcement of the weight limit. New Hampshire has done a really good job over the years of defining our OHRVs. We have a separate definition for trail bikes, which are ride-on two-wheel vehicles. We have a definition for ATVs, which is up to 1,000 pounds and 50 inches wide. We have a definition of UTVs, which has been originally 62 inches and 2,000 pounds. In 2014, the 62 inches went to 65 inches. So we've already adjusted this definition. And now we are at the point where we need to adjust it again. Interesting also is Jeeps and trucks are considered OHRVs when operated off from a public way. So on our landowner permission forms, there are 4 boxes: trail bikes, ATVs, UTVs, and Jeeps and trucks. So we have had actually landowners checking off Jeeps and trucks on their own property. So those are getting out on some properties. Also, when a municipality opens their class 6 roads or class 5 roads, they often open them to OHRVs, which don't actually have a width or weight limit because conventional motor vehicles are on those roads also. The class 6 roads, we often are considered trails. We have tractor trailers on them because of the logging and very heavy equipment. My local club, Sullivan County ATV Club, we just put a bridge on a class 6 road. It was a 60,000 pound bridge. We, as an organization and Bureau of Trails, have encouraged clubs when they update bridges to make them so that you can put heavy equipment across the bridge to take and maintain the trails. So when we put a 60,000 pound bridge in on a class 6 road, I met with the logger this summer. He's like, oh, in the future, when you do a bridge, make sure it's 120,000 pounds so we can get full logging trucks across there. So the logging industry, it will do, a lot more weight than this 1,500 pound weight raise that we're looking at. And a lot of talk has been about the electric machines coming down the road. And while they have just started to get to the public, the manufacturers are working on detuning the electric so they don't have as much impact. The other letters that were passed around with you, we have one letter from ROVA, which is the Recreational Off-Highway Vehicle Association of the whole country. Many other states are aligning their UTV definition to 3,500 pounds, and there's at least 4 other states that are doing that currently. So that letter will show that support. We also have a letter of support from Polaris. Polaris is the #1 manufacturer of off-highway vehicles, and they have gone to extensive engineering to engineer these machines to have a lighter footprint on the ground. They have employed the tire manufacturers to develop better off-highway vehicle tires, which are low pressure, wider, better tread compounds, and better tread patterns for on and off pavement. So these letters of support and the chart explaining the off-highway vehicle tires versus a conventional auto tire shows how less impactful just 1,500 pounds more will be. So I will keep it short and appreciate you listening to my testimony, and will answer any questions.
Any questions? Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just wondered if you could just supply us with a vehicle with a picture so that we would be able to tell what the difference in size is and what each of these vehicles look like that we'll be voting on. So in other words, if we're at 2,000 pounds now, what is the size of that vehicle? And if we're at 3,500 pounds, then what is the size of that vehicle?
Size will not change. Our maximum width is 65 inches. That is enforced by width limiting devices on state land. So the actual physical dimensions of the vehicle will not get any larger with this definition change, only the weight of the vehicle. So we can gather some pictures and we can email them off to the committee so that you can see the differences.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know you don't represent, thank you for taking my question. I know you don't represent ROBA, but they mentioned 80 inches as a width in their letter. Is that a future goal?
No, not at all. We will never go wider than 65 because as soon as you get to 68 inches, now you're getting into some of the Jeeps and trucks, and we don't want them on these designated trails. The 65 inch is been an accepted width for the manufacturers. They do make a 50-inch side-by-side UTV, which goes on the state trails in central and southern parts. And, you know, those state laws that talk about 50 inches other than Grafton and Coos is really only on state-owned land. The private landowners and municipalities have the choice to allow larger machines. So at Sullivan County, we have about 45 miles that allow UTVs, and only the 9-mile Sugar River Rail Trail, which is state-owned, is 50-inch. And we have about 20 miles of Class 6 roads, which Jeeps and trucks are out there with the high-pressure tires. And in all honesty, the Jeeps and trucks do the most damage versus any of our machines.
Thank you.
Representative Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. As I understand it, one of the benefits of increasing the poundage would be to accommodate electric batteries. Is that correct?
That is one of the benefits.
We're talking about the North Country, and people in the North Country have a hard time plugging in an electric vehicle because there's nowhere to plug them in the North Country. Where would these electric vehicles be plugged in? Where would you get the power? There's no infrastructure for that.
So thank you for your question. Part of the 1188 Study Commission is to study electric charging stations at trailheads. But we often, like in Jericho, we've got 5 big wind turbines up there making a bunch of power. They could be plugged in there. And out west, what they have done is standalone solar battery packs where people can plug in out in the middle of the wilderness. New Hampshire is kind of a donut hole for electric. All the states around us have increased their electric capabilities and charging capabilities. And I think I just saw that New Hampshire is finally going to get on board and try to get more charging stations. But the future is in front of us, and you know, while not everyone is going to be into electric, those are going to be built as time goes on. Rivian, which is a electric vehicle made by GM, and I can't remember who their other partner is, but they have actually got many charging stations out in the middle of the desert out west. And so that they can take the electric vehicles from one place to the other for, you know, thousands of miles. So, you know, it's just starting to get developed, and it is part of the solution.
So, Mr. Wilkie, I have a question.
Sure.
Do these vehicles, because I also, like a fellow representative, I don't have one of these vehicles. Do they have a tag in it like my car that says how much the dry weight is in the vehicle?
No, they don't. But every manufacturer, when they do, it comes out on their spec sheet. So every vehicle out there, you can look right up on the internet, see what the dry weight is, and know that that is. Our community has been trying to self-police this for the last 7 years, as long as I've been involved with this. As the machines have gotten heavier, you know, one group of our riders says, "Oh, that's too heavy for our trails." And when you know, reality is these are the machines that people want. And I will put it that 5 of our landowners that I know who have trails on their property already have these overweight machines, and they are out there as landowners themselves.
Thank you. Any other questions from Mr. Wilkie? Representative Vale?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It got my curiosity when you mentioned a tag. Would it be possible to get like one of those tags that goes in the window that says what the features are of the vehicle? The 3,500-pound vehicle. Just like when you buy an automobile, isn't there something that says what's the machine is made of?
I'm not sure the manufacturers are willing or even have ever thought about that. Yeah.
Thank you for taking my question.
Representative Darby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You talked about the size, but how about the engine sizes between the difference? Are there larger engines to to get these 3,500-pound OHRVs up to 70 miles an hour? And if the engines are larger, are the noise at 25 miles an hour comparable?
So most of the side-by-sides are between 700 cc's and 1,000 cc's. The 1,000 cc will do 70 if you had a long straightaway and you built up speed. But our speed limit on the state-owned trails are 25. Private trails that are not marked are 35. But a lot of our trails on private land, you can't get a machine to go faster than 20 or 15 miles an hour. It's really on the roads that people are abusing the speed versus on a lot of our trails. So the sound difference, Polaris has also been working on tuning their engines through the CPUs, the computers, to detune. I will tell of a story out in Sedona, Arizona. There was a rental agency, and when you leave the rental agency and go out on the road, the rentals would always step on the gas, and it would be very, very loud. So Polaris went in there, retuned that engine so it was quieter and it wasn't so bothersome to the neighbors. And now they're carrying that onto a lot of these machines. When a lot of the sound complaints stem way back to two-stroke machines, dirt bikes and sport quads, those are two-stroke racing machines. And oftentimes when people would get those, the first thing they would do is change the exhaust, which is where our hard exhaust laws came about, where no modified exhaust that modifies it louder than stock. Most of these side-by-sides and even the ATVs now are all four-stroke, much quieter, and the manufacturers recognize the noise complaints and are working on that.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Wilkie, for your
Thank you very
testimony.
much for listening and asking the questions.
In opposition to the bill, Ann Davis.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. My name still is Ann Davis, and I am in opposition to House Bill 174. Other speakers have pointed to a couple of the reasons why I oppose this bill, so I will not go down that rabbit hole. However, I have two significant concerns. These vehicles would be allowed on trails in Coas County, the Amanuset Recreational Trail from Haverhill to Bethlehem, the Warren Recreational Trail in Warren in Grafton County, and Jericho Mountain State Park. So these are state-owned trails. But as previous speakers have acknowledged, most of these trails are connected through private landowner agreements. So my question and concern is these private landowners who comprise 80% or more of the trail system, are they being advised of this potential change? And if they are, what kind of notification will they be given? And I did a little research last night and just thinking, 3,500 pounds, that's a 75% increase in these vehicles. And I thank Mr. Wilkie for helping to educate me about, the current weights and so on and so forth about these machines. He's so knowledgeable and a great resource on our commission. But, the curb weight of a 2023 Toyota Tacoma is 3,900 pounds. So one of these 3,500 pound machines with a couple of people and the cooler and the toolkit and all the rest. So I'm concerned about the weight and what it will do to trails, not only in the states, owned by the state, but also for private landowners. And again, the commission is aware of this bill, but we did not really discuss it in depth. And as I mentioned before, that is one of our purposes to propose and vet legislation, which I think would help answer in the future some of the questions that, this is a great team. You've asked wonderful questions, you pay attention, and it's a privilege to have an opportunity to speak before this committee. But I think we could help save you some time in the future on ATV legislation if we got a chance to vet it first. And finally, just to speak on behalf of the commission, we are a talented bunch. I represent landowners, so I do, but I use an ATV, so I'm not completely anti-ATV, but I will always speak on behalf of landowners. But Captain Eastman, Chief Rennie, Representative Ouellette, and various other members, we are a talented, diverse team, and I hope in the future we will have more of a chance to vet these pieces of legislation, just so that we can provide you with a better document to work with. Thanks again. It's been a privilege, as always, to speak before this committee. Any questions?
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your
All right,
testimony.
thank you.
Captain Eastman. I think I changed your cut. You're for this bill?
We are in support, and I apologize for
That's
that
all right.
confusion. I will endeavor to do better.
Didn't want to
and-
change without your approval. That's
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. The Fish and Game Commission is in support of this bill. The reason being is that Nova came to us about this bill, and I too at first looked at it and said, well, increase in weight, what does that mean? And then I looked at really what the gross weight of a Jeep Wrangler is off the lot, and it's about 5,300 pounds. And this would not bring the 3,500 would not bring it to that level. It wouldn't allow Jeeps or anything else. The other part of it is as well is that as you increase weight, you're going, we're restricted to that 65 inches in width, and manufacturers just can't make a machine that's heavier and not make it wider. So really we are protected by that width going forward. And so therefore that's why we would support it.
Thank you. Any questions for the captain? Seeing none, thank you, Captain.
Thanks so much.
Jason Stock. Opposing the bill? And I have 2 more cards after this.
So, good afternoon. At this point, for the record, my name's Jason Stock. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. And coming around is testimony from Robert Johnson. He's with the New Hampshire Farm Bureau Federation, and we both are submitting testimony. He's submitting testimony and has signed on through the web portal in opposition to this bill, and I am here to testify in opposition to this bill. Wanted to first give you a little bit of background on who we are. Our organization represents timberland owners in the state's forest products industry. Our members own or manage over 1 million acres of land in the state of New Hampshire. And, a lot of that land is open to recreation, whether it's pedestrian use or in many instances trail use. You heard earlier today that I think the number was 80% of the trails in the state are on private land. So we're a big stakeholder in OHRV use and trail use across the state. And we have a good relationship with the state agencies that regulate and monitor this. And with the local clubs as well. There's a good cooperative relationship in almost all instances. For a forest landowner, you own 100 acres, even 50 acres. The value of that timber is dictated in large part by access. If I can't get to my wood, cut it, and get it to market, its value is greatly diminished. So anything that affects or has the potential to affect my ability to access that timber, and I'm talking about roads, skid trails, log landings, if anything impacts that, it actually has a dollar effect on my bottom line. If I have a piece of land that's on a Class 6 road, on the backside of a Class 6 road that has been weathered and used and is impassable for my logging truck, for me to access my timber and get that to market, I have to put a significant investment into that road. And that, affects my bottom line. When I brought this bill before our policy committee, I just want you to know that's kind of the context that we look at these bills like this. The landowners, and 2 of them are large landowners from Coos County. They're private landowners. They own hundreds of thousands of acres. And their eyes kind of bugged out. And they said, right now, and they support OHRV use. They support it on their property. They have easements or right-of-ways, which are updated annually or every 5 years with the New Hampshire Trails Bureau. They support the sport. They recognize it's an important economic engine. But they also recognize that there's a financial downside. If that road gets degraded, if that road really starts to fall apart, and recognize these are not highly engineered roads. In some instances, we're talking about skid trails that have over time been kind of developed and graded and cultivated into a trail. So we're not talking about an interstate or a road where you have lifts of gravel and fabric, erosion fabric underneath it. Many times these are skid trails or haul roads that have been kind of developed over time. And so they looked at the bill and they said, right now our roads are taking a beating as it is. We have instances, and gone are the days, I should say, of the bad apples. We could always point to, well, there was that bad apple. He went out or she went out. They shouldn't have been out there in March when the ground was wet. They said, you get some of that, but the volume of traffic on some of these roads has gotten so large that roads, one of the foresters said, He said, my roads are starting to look like creek beds or stream beds because the fines, as these machines go over it, you get dust. And the dust are your fines, and that's what knits your stones together. You get those dusts that blow off. And they said, we manage it, we recognize these are important, but these are some of the impacts that we see. And particularly on private land, that's a cost to me as a landowner to maintain that road and maintain my access to do the management, the timber harvesting. And so that's the point. Those were some of the comments that I got from them. Although this is specific to state-owned property or state-owned trails, there are some concerns. You heard already today about the connecting trails. Perry Stream was mentioned a couple times. So there are connectors that aren't state-owned. We also couple that with the fact that we heard that this isn't really enforced or enforceable, absent, say, a sticker, as Representative Vail had suggested. It's very difficult to enforce this. Fish and Game doesn't carry around a set of scales like our friends at the Department of Safety when they stop our logging trucks and weigh them along the side of the road. They don't carry scales along. So you have a situation where I could be riding along on a state-owned trail. I want to go to point B. I'm going to cross over. You're out in the woods without a lot of signage. It's many times very difficult to know that you have wandered onto private property. It's an accessible trail. And so we heard earlier that with the Connecticut Lakes, this issue of confusion about dates. We've got a trail here with a date, closing date, and another trail. Let's take that and apply it to weight limits. I've got a trail here that says 2,100 pounds. Now I've got a trail that says I can go up to 3,500 pounds. You get the same confusion concerns and same confusion issues that you could see with that closing date that you folks just discussed and heard testimony on. I guess the other piece is, there's the spillover piece with respect to state ownership. You talk to a real estate attorney, and I know there are a few attorneys probably in the room. What is ownership? If I have a right-of-way across my property or an easement across my property that the state of New Hampshire holds, we believe that's a ownership interest. And therefore, does that entitle that trail across private property? Is that trail now eligible for a 3,500 pound weight limit? And I want to point out that we're talking about weights and we're throwing around numbers here. 3,500 pounds is an unladen weight. We're now setting kind of the basement here. As we've heard earlier today, you add on all the goodies and forget battery packs, but you start adding on some of the other goodies, 3,500 pounds can certainly become a lot more. So that's something else we want you to contemplate. Rob Johnson does a good job at discussing the quote, what is unladen. Depending on which section of law or which state you look at, unladen can mean different things. And so that's not really defined. What is unladen? And lastly, I would argue, I would give a plug for the House Bill 1188 subcommittee in the fact that it would really have been good to have this vetted a little more thoroughly before that committee. For those who have testified, or excuse me, have been in this committee for years, we can all recall the OHRV kind of turmoil. And part of the solution was, let's create a subcommittee, let's create this study committee so that we can hammer these issues out beforehand, try to get some modicum of consensus on it before we throw it into the committee and say, here you go, here's my idea. And now everyone, including myself, comes out of the woodwork and says, whoa, wait a minute. Did you think about this? Did you think about that? It would have been much more efficient to have had some of these discussions and some of these comments made in the context of that study commission. You folks do get paid for your service to the state. Some would argue not enough. And, you know, let's make your job easier. Let's use that study commission for what it was intended for. And so with that, I will conclude my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, the only other thing, real quick, when we look at weights, there's been a lot of talk about comparing OHRVs to SUVs, pickup trucks, Tacomas, pick your favorite vehicle. I think the thing that the ball that we've got to keep our eye on is we're not talking about comparing 3,500 pounds to my Toyota Tacoma. We're talking about 3,500 pounds to what is existing law 2000. So to say, oh, this is all right because it's not as heavy or as bad as that, I don't think that's the appropriate way to think about this. It was mentioned earlier, we're talking about a 75% increase. And to increase a weight limit just because there isn't an easy way to ensure compliance is probably not the best reason to increase a weight limit. Let's work on let's get a handle on the enforcement piece and then figure out what's really going on before we start increasing weight limits so that we can say, all right, now we feel good, we're in compliance because it's 3,500 pounds. We set a weight limit at 2,100 for a reason. Let's enforce that. This time, I will conclude my comments and I'd be happy to answer any questions. And thank you for your patience.
Any questions? One question, yes, sir, Mr.
Yes, thank you,
DuPont.
Mr. Chairman. I'm reading down here your definition of dry unladen weight. Specifically, some states, in case of electric vehicles, the battery is not included. Now, see, I'm trying to reason why they want to increase the weight limits. Now, my thought process was, okay, well, they want electric vehicles and the batteries weigh so much. I go, well, that's a great idea because, you know, it's going to decrease the sound because everybody's complaining, you know, about the noise. But now you're saying that, you know, it's not going to include the battery weight, or is there something written on to confirm that?
Sure. If I may, Chairman, to respond to that question, and this was something that Rob Johnson had dug up with the Farm Bureau. You're really getting at the nub of the issue here or the crux of it is that there is not a universal definition. And I will talk to Rob and he can provide you where it is in one definition does not include batteries.
Yeah.
There are other definitions that include, de minimis amounts of petroleum. And so, again, it's this kind of murky area. What is unladen? And now to kind of put a law enforcement person in the seat of trying to enforce something that's not clearly defined just creates conflict and problems. I'll talk to Rob and he can dig that up.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Okay, can you answer me this? I don't know.
I'll try.
Objectively. Why did they seeking this weight increase? I haven't heard any reasoning why on this. Otherwise, because they say the size isn't getting bigger. So why are they seeking this weight limit increase when everything seems to be hunky-dory now? I don't know. That's where I'm really, it's the batteries. Okay, that's a great idea, but it doesn't seem to be that.
So I sat through the testimony you heard before. I heard two things. I heard one is the battery piece. If you get electric, you kind of enter this other universe of weight when it comes because of the batteries and electric. But the second piece is one of compliance. There's concern that you have a UTV today that's maybe 2,100 pounds. You start adding on all the goodies, you're out of compliance with that weight limit. So let's increase the weight limit. And now my UTV with the goodies is now legal. That's the testimony that I heard today is one of compliance with existing internal combustion Two is the electric and batteries.
Well, then let's just increase it to laden weight. No. Anyway, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Stark? One more.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I understand you, correctly, you said that there are existing easements that members of your association are held on properties that your members own. It sounds like they don't include weight limits in those easements, and so it seems like I'm trying to understand what you said. Do you believe that this is sort of an unintentional taking of by adding on more weight?
So, thank you for your question. So the easements, so I'm a landowner. I have 20,000 acres. I have a trail that crosses me that's an important trail that the New Hampshire Trails Bureau wants to ensure remains open. They approach me and say, will you grant us an easement to use that strip of land for an OHRV trail? I haven't seen the easements. I don't know to what level of specificity they get into regarding weight limits. My assumption, and this is my assumption, is that they probably just mirror existing law. Why wouldn't they? But so what I'm saying is, in my point was, if I have an easement, whether it's granted or sold, the state has a real estate interest on that strip of land now. They have a legal interest. There's a document, a legal document that says, State of New Hampshire, you have a legal interest on this strip of land for OHRV use. When I go back to the bill that we're discussing today, it talks about state ownership and state-owned trails. And so the question that our kind of real estate attorney types are asking is, okay, if that's the case, Jericho Mountain Park, that's easy. State owns that, fee ownership. They own that lock, stock, and barrel. But what about an easement that they own? That's a strip of land on, a piece of property. They have an ownership interest in it. Does this apply to that? Or was that the intention? And that's the concern that our members had, is they said, look, this is, although I don't have, state doesn't own this property, they may be able to claim an ownership interest on this. Or let's say a local OHRV enthusiast or club says, whoa, wait a minute. I want to drive my 3,500 pound vehicle across that piece of private land where the state has an easement on it. And state, you have an ownership interest. This bill says if it's state owned, I'm going to claim my interest in driving my 3,500 pound vehicle across it. Whether that's a taking or not, I guess, this would go into effect. These easements get updated once every 1 to 5 years. Presumably they would reference law, and that would be perhaps a point of discussion. But my point is that we talk about where kind of the boundaries that this applies. It's not just Jericho and the other areas that we talk about. There is a potential implication for private land where the state does have an ownership interest on that easement.
Representative Sargent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you walk me through that? Because I'm confused, and I think I might be reading this wrong then, the language of the statute. I thought it was on state-owned trails, the 50 inches, 1,000 pounds applies except for Jericho Mountain. Like, I thought it was just limited to Jericho.
No.
No.
Let me
Please.
get my cheaters on. So if you look at the statute, it's Jericho Mountain. It also talks about, this definition also applies to trails in Coos County, state-owned trails in Coos County. I don't have a copy of the statute itself, So it's my read of it, and I could be wrong, but it was also a application of this on Jericho Mountain as well, or excuse me, state-owned trails in Coos County. And then the other, I think there was reference to Amanusick, and there were some other trails that were referenced where there's state ownership. Again, nevertheless, the concern, the spillover concern is someone comes up for the weekend, rides their 3,500 pound OHRV on Jericho Mountain and says, all right, Saturday, that was a lot of fun. Where do you want to go today, kids? Let's go for a ride north, up towards, up towards Errol on these state trails. They have a right-of-way state trail. Again, without this enforcement, even if it is just Jericho Mountain, who's going to say, wait, night, you can only stay on Jericho Mountain?
Thank you, Mrs. Stark.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. Mr. Pigeon. Speaking against.
You know, the disadvantage in coming up towards the end is everybody gets to steal your thunder before you sit down. So, for the bulk of my career, I have built roads and bridges of many sorts, state bridges, rotaries. So I have a fairly good command of road design and bridge design. Also, a lifetime ago, I was a young architecture student who had to sit through statics and strength of materials, steel design 1, steel design 2, concrete 1, concrete 2, and indeterminate structures. I'm not going to try to get too nerdy with you today because it's not my intent. But I do have a very serious concern about bridges. You know, we've been assured that they go over our bridges, or their bridges, I should say, with maintenance equipment and grooming equipment if it's shared with snow machines. That's all well and good, but a tractor pulling a groomer is probably 30 feet long. So at any point, if it's going over a 12-foot bridge, only a very small portion of its entire weight is on that bridge. Same if it's a pickup truck or whatever, you know, the wheelbase is such that the front wheels are off the bridge before the back wheels come on. But when you're talking a vehicle that has less than a 5-foot wheelbase, you can have 3 of those on one bridge. And if you've increased the dead weight to 3,500, by the time you fuel it, oil it, add a spare tire and any other conveniences, and put 6 fat, jolly men like me in the top of that thing, you're well over 6,000 pounds. I weigh 300 pounds. Put 6 of me on top of one of those vehicles and imagine what that does to a small bridge that has not been rated by any engineering agency or any DOT engineer. And so as a snow machiner, I have been over many of those bridges and sort of held my breath and prayed while I went across, and my snow machine weighed considerably less than what we're talking about now. My Hyundai weighs less than 3,500 pounds, and so my Hyundai also has much larger tires. It has disc brakes. So think about the dynamics. You're adding up to 6 kips on this piece of machinery. You're presumably not changing the wheelbase or the width. So what happens to the dynamics? You want to be going 35 miles an hour with 5 guys like me on a little vehicle that's got less than 4 feet of stance? Center of gravity on that thing is going to perform entirely different than the 2,100 pound machine that we're talking about. So we've got something that's going to perform entirely differently, being rented out to people with absolutely no experience whatsoever. There is certainly a potential for some serious disasters with that scenario. But that's, again, an entirely different subject. Back to bridges. I'm thinking that the intelligent approach to, I'm not saying we shouldn't increase machines. I love the idea of battery laden equipment. I love the idea of the industry moving over to 4-stroke engines, which are inherently much heavier but much quieter. So I'm not saying we should close the door on any of this kind of progress, but I'm also thinking that the now aspect of it is they want to make bigger machines. Oh, that's another thing too. If you're taking a 2,100 pound machine and making it weigh 6,000 pounds, when you look at speaking again to what was previously said, when you look at the change in ground pressure, it's enormous. There's a whole body of science called rotational physics or rotational dynamics. But if you have a wheel that's about this big, the amount of surface area that all the weight is bearing on is relatively small compared to my Hyundai, which has a wheel that's about this big and has a much greater surface area. So yes, they are working on tire design. They're putting less pressure in the tires to flatten it out a little bit. But there is still a potential for some serious damage to roads, in my opinion. And if this was a DOT project, I would be bound to very specific gravels and compaction levels and building a road that would essentially be capable of taking the pressures being generated. But we're on back roads, in some cases not even roads, and so the potential there is terrific. And again, back to the bridges. You get 5 or 6 people that stop on a 20-foot bridge, and they're running at 5,000, 6,000. There is a potential there that should be identified. The U.S. Forest Service, with all their back roads, for instance, has a posting, class 1, class 2, class 3 bridges, and oftentimes they tell you what the weight limits are. So the Forest Service certainly recognizes the potential for some kind of mishap. And I'm not against moving forward, but I think there needs to be a good deal more thought put into the inertia of these machines, their ability to tip over very easily. How long is it going to take them to stop with this extra momentum, this extra inertia? Are they going to put much larger disc brakes on? Maybe that's part of the reason why they're asking for an increase in weight, basically, is they want to put a lot more horsepower, which weighs more. And then, of course, you need a lot more stopping power, which weighs more. And that's my thought. That's just an opinion. I can't offer that as testimony. I don't know that as fact, but that is, in fact, my answer to your question why do they want to do this? So anyway, I could go on a lot more nerdier about rolling loads, static loads, dynamic loads, but you would all fall asleep. I hopefully have made my point that this needs a lot more thought before anybody agrees to it. Thank you.
Thank you,
Question?
Mr. Pidgeon. Questions? One.
Just real quick, and it's not directed to you, but thank you for your testimony. Mr. Suck, you are correct. I reviewed the statute and I missed that one line. I didn't want you to spend any more time on it. Thank you, Your Honor, your chairman.
No other questions? Thank you, Mr. Pidgeon.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And our last speaker on this bill, Audrey Friedman, against. If she's still here. Aubrey Friedman?
I'm on 203.
Oh, okay. Any more speakers then on this bill, 174? I'll ask one more time, any more speakers on 174? If not, I'll close the hearing on 174 and thank everyone for their attention. And what? Oh, the blue sheet.
There are 5 in favor, 4 opposed, 1 neutral.
Thank you very much. And our last bill of today, and I apologize for us going over time. I did not believe we would have as many speakers, but I appreciate your patience and staying with us. I open the hearing on House Bill 203 relative to Coast Guard approved personal flotation devices.
They showed up.
Is the prime sponsor here? I see Captain Dunleavy's here. Good, good to see you. I got 2 cards. Any more pink cards on 203? And the prime sponsor is here, Representative McDonald.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Representative John T. McDonald, and I represent the fine people of Cal District 6, the communities of Wolfboro and Tuftonboro. I'm here to introduce House Bill 203, a common sense legislation which will require occupants of canoes, kayaks, or rowing sculls to wear a Coast Guard approved personal flotation device between November 15th and May 15th. With 5 major lakes and hundreds of other lakes and ponds and miles of rivers in New Hampshire offers great opportunities to get out on the water. When summer months arrive, all types of boating-related activities occur in our state waters. For many years, the typical boating season started on Memorial Day and ended on Labor Day. However, changes have occurred to our New Hampshire boating season, which can now run from ice out on our lakes and ponds to well into December, and in some cases even longer. Ice in on Lake Winnipesaukee was just declared several days ago. This bill concerns itself with kayaking, canoeing, and rowing sculls. All 3 of these activities allow us participants to explore our waters and experience the connection with New Hampshire's nature. However, associated with these activities can be a significant risk that is not realized by many participants. While kayaking, canoeing, and rowing in a scull during late fall and early spring in cold water can be a rewarding experience, it does pose significant dangers which require respect for the unpredictability of our nature in New Hampshire. We have all experienced the occasional warmer days in both late fall and early spring. These days often give false impressions that water temperatures are as warm as the air temperatures, but in fact they maintain a dangerously cold temperature. During late fall and early spring, strong winds make the paddling of these type of boats more challenging and can increase the risk of capsizing or falling overboard. When you capsize or fall overboard, you can experience a scientific term called cold water immersion. Cold water immersion is a sudden unexpected fall into cold water, which causes you to involuntarily gasp water, ingest water, which can lead to drowning and ultimately death. Another danger that participants face in falling into cold water is hypothermia. Hypothermia occurs when your body core temperature drops to a dangerously low level. Symptoms include intense shivering, slurred speech, confusion, unconsciousness, and eventually death. Wearing a personal flotation device will not totally prevent hypothermia, but it will certainly prevent the quickest onset of it and save your life. The participants who falls into cold water will not be kicking their feet and moving their arms to try to keep themselves afloat, which expends the needed heat and energy to pull themselves into the safety of their boat. In doing a search of U.S. states with similar laws as to the proposed House bill, I found the following. Massachusetts boating laws, canoeists and kayakers are required to wear a personal flotation device from September 15th to May 15th. Maine, any person riding any watercraft must wear a U.S. Coast Guard approved life jacket. This includes kayaks, canoes, and stand-up paddleboards. Rhode Island, PFD regulation states that all operators and passengers of canoes, kayaks, sailboards, kickboards, kiteboards, paddleboards, and any other paddlecraft must always wear a PFD. New Jersey, between November 1st and May 1st, anyone operating any vessel under 26 feet in length, including rowboats, canoes, kayaks, stand-up paddleboards, shall wear a Coast Guard approved PFD. Pennsylvania, November 1st and to April 30th, any person on board a boat under 16 feet, including canoe, kayak, or paddleboard, must wear a life jacket. Virginia, all canoe, kayak, and stand-up paddleboards must always wear a life jacket. And Utah, all stand-up boards, paddleboards, kayaks, and canoes must always wear a life jacket. In conclusion, I would like to thank you for your time and allowing me to present this important piece of safe boating legislation. I've also got a handout, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with you, to pass to the committee members.
Yes, you can pass that out, Representative.
Thank you.
While it's being passed out, does anybody have a question for Representative McDonald? Representative Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. In this proposed legislation, why were not paddleboards, small sailboats included?
This was something that I worked with Marine Patrol. I guess my personal opinion that I would like to have those included, but right now we're working on the sailboats, the kayaks, and the canoes. Excuse me, kayaks and canoes. Thank you.
Anyone else for a question? Seeing none, thank you,
Thank you, Mr.
Representative.
Chairman.
Opposed, Aubrey Friedman.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman, I live in Bridgewater, private citizen. I speak in opposition to this bill. So first of all, how did the residents of New Hampshire go 237 years without a proposed bill like this? Why? Personal responsibility. It's up to each of us to take care of ourselves, to keep ourselves safe when we go into the waters and do boating activities. Now, the issue of this is definitely a shall wear. So we're definitely talking threats of, even though I don't see any penalties in this, but I'm sure it's going to go, it would go to rulemaking, and then there would be fines, threats of fines, and enforcement. And, it's so we're talking, clearly, to take the fun out of boating when you got to worry, you're wearing the life jacket, this whole enforcement thing. So the basic question comes down to, is it the proper role of government to take care of the residents to keep us safe, or is it our own personal responsibility to keep ourselves safe when we go about and do recreation or whatever? The state or us? And I say it should be up to the individuals, the residents, to determine. They know their level of skill when they go and do boating. They can check the temperature of the water, can check the weather conditions, also the size of the body of water that they're going into and the speed, and they can decide, they need to wear is it worth it or not? They're not a baby. And so I think that's the whole point, is who's responsible for keeping us safe, us or the state? And I say it's us. And that this bill actually goes against the New Hampshire live free or die spirit. It's basically nanny state. And those are the reasons I oppose the bill.
Any questions for Mr. Friedman? Seeing none, thank you for your
Okay, thank you.
testimony. And the last pink card, Captain Dunleavy of Marine Patrol.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee. It's good to see you, familiar faces and those new faces. Your committee is one that Marine Patrol visits often, and I look forward to seeing you on a regular basis. I come to you today. My name is Tim Dunleavy, and I'm the retired captain of the Marine Patrol unit and currently employed as a program specialist and a legislative liaison for the Marine Patrol. I come to you today in support of this bill. As here in New Hampshire, we recognize that our statistics for freshwater drownings, particularly as they relate to paddlecraft in our state, reflect the statistics that we see nationwide, in that over 83% of the people who drowned as a result of a boating accident, meaning the boat was initially the platform for their activity, over 83% of those folks were not wearing life jackets. And in fact, that 83% applies to these types of craft specifically, paddlecraft. Over 78% were not wearing life jackets when they passed. Cold water immersion, as Representative McDonald mentioned, is a phenomenon that most people who are ignorant, and that's not a negative connotation, who are ignorant to boating and paddling, they can go to a big box store for $150, walk away with a kayak or a stand-up paddleboard and not have any knowledge of the dangers that exist. They are not required to take boating education courses like our power boaters. And so they strike out on the water And when that water starts dropping below temperatures of 50 degrees and colder, it is amazing how quickly, and they don't know how quickly, Mother Nature will take away the use of their arms and their legs. It is the rapid onset of hypothermia in that cold water that takes those necessary bodily functions away from self-rescue. And so often I have seen over the years in my career where first responders are within sight of victims who have fallen through the ice or have capsized in a paddlecraft before the ice comes into our waters, and they just don't have the ability to keep themselves on the surface. Where with a life jacket, not a bulky one, I have examples of life jackets now. Technology makes it comfortable, they're not intrusive, and will allow that person to remain on the surface, whether they're suffering from hypothermia or not, that much longer for first responders to get to them. It's as a result of this and looking at the scientific facts that exist with how many people we can save. And I know particularly the last few years in our state, it's been the concern of the legislature, it's been the concern of the governor's office and the Department of Safety with the number of drownings that we are experiencing. And so often, many of them are during that cold water season. Thus, the dates that have been presented in this bill from Representative McDonald before you, and I encourage you to support it. I'm happy to answer and entertain any questions you may have.
Yes, Representative Bridle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Was the New Hampshire Marine Patrol consulted in the when this bill was first drafted, like the inception of this bill?
Yes, we were. Yes, sir.
Follow up, if you don't mind. I represent Hampton. We have a lot of paddleboarding, stand-up paddleboarding in the marsh. I noticed that specific activity is omitted from this version of this legislation. Is this a piece of legislation, if passed, you intend on following up on in the future to include maybe other paddle sports to more clearly define that would be included in this?
I think it's safe to say that Marine Patrol and the Department of Safety would be open to any changes or advancements in making sure that people on our waterways are safe. If Representative McDonald saw this as a first attempt to bring awareness to what is happening in other states with seasonal life jacket wear, certainly we would be behind any safety measure that is just going to keep people on the water alive. It's important to realize, and I know I've had some people in the hallway say, well, it's, motorcycle helmets, seat belts. The surface of the water is such an unforgiving environment. You can become involved in an automobile accident, and if you're injured and thrown from the vehicle, you're on solid ground. On a boat, you're not. And the water is just so unforgiving, and people are just so unsuspecting when they find themselves in these situations.
Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Captain, for taking my my question. I'm looking at those flotation devices you have there, and they look extremely comfortable, and they perhaps wouldn't interfere with paddle sports in any way. Could you tell me how both of them work, particularly the smaller one that looks extremely comfortable?
Thank you very much for your question. Yes, I'd be happy to. This is essentially a fanny pack that one would wear around their waist. You will see on the front of it, it has a yellow tab. It is equipped with a small CO2 air cartridge inside here. You simply pull this cord. It inflates into the typical horseshoe type design that most people are familiar with when they think of a life jacket. It is inflated in front of your chest. You simply put your head around it, and there's a plastic buckle that you snap across your chest. It has a little air valve on the side so you can regulate the inflation. If the warm sun and the summer is beating on it, you can let a little air out or you can fill it up. And that's all there is to it. This type of device is, again, an inflatable. It's more of a suspender style that you would wear around your neck. Buckle it in the front. You pull the tab. It's already around your neck. It inflates up into a bright color with reflective material. And you've encountered a Marine Patrol officer on patrol, by department policy, we are required when we're underway on the boats to wear these at all times, to set the example for the public. And this just inflates around your neck, and will keep you at the surface. It comes with an emergency whistle to bring attention to people if you're out alone. Again, the air valve to be able to regulate the pressure. When you're through with it, you simply deflate it, fold it back up, put a new CO2 cartridge in it, which is about $12, and it's good to go again.
Any other questions for the captain? Representative Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Captain, do you know the statistics? How many drowning deaths from these particular boats or kayaks, canoes, rowing sculls are we dealing with a year?
Representative, I would be happy to provide you with both national statistics and state statistics if you'd like. If you'd like a specific date range, number of years for me to go back, I'd be happy to get those to you. Off the top of my head, I am not familiar. I'd be happy to provide that to the entire committee if you wish.
That would be great. Thank you, Captain. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Captain, for taking my question. I've got my question is this. I live on Cedar Pond, and we have a pontoon boat. And I was under the understanding as long as you had a flotation device with you, you did not have to wear it. I don't know if that's correct. Is that right?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Yes, unless you are 12 years of age and under, as long as you have a Coast Guard approved life jacket within arm's reach or within reach, readily available is the technical term, that is acceptable. You are not required to wear it. 12 and under, you do need to wear one.
Okay.
One follow-up.
Thank you. So right now, to be in a canoe or a kayak, you do not even need to have one with you. Is that right?
You would need to have one with you. You are not required to wear it.
And so what this bill does is requires you to wear it.
This requires all people, not just those of younger ages, to be wearing the life jacket when you're on that type of a device from the dates, November 15th to May 15th.
Right, thank you.
Cold water season.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions for the cap? Seeing none, thank you, Captain, for your testimony.
Thank you for your
I
time.
don't have any more pink cards. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on House Bill 203? I'll ask for the second time. Any other speakers on House Bill 203? Seeing none, I'll close the hearing on House Bill 203. I'll remind the blue sheets. Yes, very good. Thank you, Representative Sargent.
Mr. Chair, we have one in favor.
One in favor. Okay. So I just wanted to remind, look at your legislative email. Next week's committee hearing is on 6 bills. We start at 10 and there is a lunch break next week. Thank you very much. Appreciate everybody's attention today. Have a safe ride home.
Great job, Mr. Chairman, today.
You got time or you gotta go back?
Thank you for opening that window. That was a huge help at one point. You're ready to pass out.